Chapter 161. The trial spots had been decided, and the competition was over. Out of the 6 incomparably precious trial spots, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families had not obtained a single one. The hopeless Yun family had obtained one, making everyone sigh. Brother Chu saved our lives in the Black Wind Stronghold, and now he has given us a great opportunity. We will never forget this favor. Lin Mu and Fang Han came forward and bowed to Chu Tian. The underworld mercenary group is willing to work for Brother Chu under the banner of miracle commerce. Fang Han then said, back in the Black Wind Stronghold, Brother Chu had said that he had to do something with all his heart, and we have always remembered it. Now that we have come, I hope Brother Chu will not reject us. How precious was the trial opportunity! They had already offended the Ye family and the Luo family in order to obtain the trial qualification. With the strength of a small mercenary group, it was impossible for them to block the revenge of this giant. Now, the wisest choice was to form a group with miracle commerce. Choosing this path means facing danger. Are you prepared for this? From the first day we became mercenaries, we were already prepared. Our dream was to become a free mercenary group, to go out and adventure, to see the world. Now miracle commerce has this ability. Ambition, dreams, and courage, good. Chu Tian did not hesitate at all. Then from today onwards, the underworld mercenary group will be a mercenary group working with miracle commerce. Miracle commerce will buy 50% of the mercenary group's shares and invest in you. We will help you expand, provide you with talents, and provide you with resources. All you need to do is lead your team well. Yes, greetings to the chairman. The two of them happily bowed to Chu Tian. Miracle Commerce was a large company and a large mercenary group. How could they not have their own private army? The underworld mercenary group had been established for less than 3 years and had a clean background. The two young mercenary leaders had ancient bloodlines and had good potential, so they were good targets for investment. Tell me the list of members, the members' resumes, the financial situation, and etc. Once you have organized this information, I will send people to complete the contract and procedures. After Chu Tian finished, he went to the Yun family. The Yun family had picked up a large bargain. How could Yun Tianhe not be happy? 100 tables of banquets were set up for the entire clan to celebrate. They even treated Chu Tian as an honored guest in a high-profile manner. This was to send a message to the entire city, especially to the Chu, Luo, and Yi families. The Yun family and Chu Tian were firm allies. From now on, whoever made an enemy out of Chu Tian would be making an enemy out of the Yun family. The 4 great families had been fighting openly and secretly all year round. They all had their own strengths and weaknesses and kept each other in check. This time, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families were likely to join hands to deal with the Yun family. For the Yun family, this was undoubtedly a great deal of pressure. But Yun Tianhe firmly believed that Chu Tian was stronger than the 3 families' alliance. Come on, my Yun family will accept it. In terms of the number of experts, the Yun family was inferior to the Chu family. In terms of the size of their private army, the Yun family could not compare to the Ye family. In terms of political influence, the Yun family was inferior to the Luo family. However, the Yun family was a family of scholars with considerable influence in southern Xia. It would not be easy to destroy them. Mr. has entered the main city. The main city is about to become lively. Yun Tianhe broke out in laughter. After drinking a few cups of wine, his face was filled with joy. But since we're in Central State City, how can we not have a place to stay? Those 3 families have extraordinary methods and power. They have countless death soldiers, so we have to be on guard against them. Chu Tian, of course, agreed. Even if he didn't care, he had to consider the young Miss and Ying's safety. They couldn't live in danger all the time, right? Does Old Yun have any suggestions? The Yun sect's new headquarters has already been completed. It has a martial field, training field, and laboratory. If Mr. doesn't mind, how about we give it to Miracle Commerce to use as their headquarters in Central State City? This old man was truly generous. How could the Yun sect's new headquarters be shabby? Yun Tianhe had his own plans. If the Yun sect gave their resources to Miracle Commerce, the Yun family would not suffer a loss. The Yun family scholars would have an easier time entering Miracle Commerce. They could directly learn from Qilin Hall, and they could also ask Miracle Commerce for advanced technology. This was a mutually beneficial matter. Since it was like this, Chu Tian would not be polite. Yun Tianhe saw that the matter had been settled. There's no time to lose. Yun Yao will bring Mr. to familiarize yourself with the new home. If there is anything you need to improve, you can inform this old man. Yun Yao brought Chu Tian to the new headquarters. The Yun sect had two main courtyards, one in the north and one in the south. This new courtyard was even larger than the two courtyards. From the outside, it looked like a 9-way castle. Just the 3- and 4-story residential areas on the outside could fit several thousand people. There was a beautiful artificial lake, a beautiful back garden, a large beast carriage yard, and several experimental breeding areas. This level of luxury was even more exaggerated than the large family mansions. There weren't many mansions in Central State that could compare to this. Sturdy, safe. There were source energy arrays all around, and there were guards every few steps. These guards were all personally taken care of by the Yun family experts. Even with Chu, Luo, Yi, and the Feng family's power, it would be hard for them to infiltrate this place. After looking at the outside, they began to look at the inside. It was just as Yun Tianhe had described. The main courtyard had everything. There were 6 martial fields, 10 training fields, various kinds of laboratories, large libraries, and material warehouses. It was enough to satisfy the needs of a large family. What you see is only a small part of it. Yun Yao and Chu Tian walked through a fake mountain. For example, this fake mountain, there are several sturdy secret rooms inside. The entire underground area is a fourth of the manor, and there are many secret passages that can be connected to the Yun family's secret altar. If there is an emergency, it can be changed at any time. It is an absolutely safe place. Chu Tian nodded. It's SOSO. It's quite complete. There's nothing to change. Yun Yao saw his proud appearance, and her heart felt a bit uncomfortable. The Yun family took 2 years to build this. Do you know how much it cost to build this land in the main city? Not to mention the restrictions protecting the house and the value of the equipment inside. The Yun family didn't use it, and it was picked up by you. At this time, suddenly, a black shadow passed by the fake mountain in front of them. Who is it? Could it be that those powers were in a rush to send people to assassinate Chu Tian? Yun Xiao had just boasted about how tight the security here was and how safe it was. In the end, an assassin had come to assassinate him before he could even finish speaking. This was a big loss of face. Stop for me. Yun Yao angrily roared. She suddenly shot forward. Her body was covered in lightning as she sent a palm out at the other side. The black shadow gently swayed and easily dodged the palm. It grabbed Yun Yao's wrist and pushed her back. Yun Yao fell to the ground and staggered a few steps, not being able to stabilize herself. Damn! Yun Yao revealed a trace of anger. She never thought that the other side would be an expert. Just as Yun Yao was about to unleash the full power of her source spirit, she felt an icy cold current spread through her meridians where her opponent had just grabbed her. In a very short period of time, it had spread throughout her entire body, making her feel a bone-chilling cold. Even her spirit energy had been frozen, as if there was no way to circulate it. Such a strong strength. I am not this person's opponent. Yun Yao's face changed several times. The black shadow did not want to fight and turned to escape. Ayaya, coming and going at night. I never thought that Vice Principal Chen would have this kind of interest, Chu Tian leisurely said. But since you're here, why are you in such a rush to leave? How about you sit down and have a cup of tea? What? It was Chun Bingyu. Yun Yao was shocked. No wonder she couldn't beat him. Chun Bingyu was in the true soul realm. She was a super expert in the late awakened soul realm. The black shadow hesitated for a few seconds before gently jumping off. She was like a light snowflake, slowly falling down from the fake mountain. Her plump and mature body was wrapped in tight black clothes. Her plump and towering twin peaks and her round and alluring buttocks that were like honey peaches were really curvaceous, showing off her mature and plump beauty. Her pair of slender and tight thighs were too fat and too skinny. One could feel the wonderful elasticity and vitality without even touching them. See, such a good figure. Of all the women that Chu Tian knew, perhaps only the young miss could compare to her. When Chun Bingyu saw Chu Tian, her expression was a bit nervous and awkward. She had a cold personality and was not good at expressing herself. So she dryly said, "I've been presumptuous. You should have been following me since the beginning of the competition." Chu Tian helplessly spread out his hands. "What do you want to do? Could it be that you want to kidnap me just because I'm handsome?" Yun Xiao wished he could tear this fellow's mouth apart. Did this bastard not know who the person in front of him was? Was the Ice Queen someone that you could take liberties with? Chun Bingyu's personality was famous for being bad. She did not smile or speak well, but she did not need to because anyone she offended had been turned into an ice sculpture. Chun Bingyu did not have a sense of humor, so she honestly explained, "After you left the competition, there were people following you, so I took care of them. I followed you because I was afraid that Chu Shanha and the others would make a move." "Oh, then I really must thank you." Chu Tian looked at this slightly reserved woman and then looked at Yun Yao beside him. "All right, young Miss Yun can go back and rest first. I'll talk to Vice Principal Chen alone." Chun Bingyu had helped Chu Tian in the competition, and Chun Bingyu also wanted to join Qilin Hall, so she should not have any bad intentions. Moreover, with Chun Bingyu's high cultivation base, if she really had bad intentions towards Chu Tian, it would not matter if Yun Yao stayed or not. So she said her goodbyes without even thinking about it. Chu Tian looked at this cold and inarticulate woman. "What do you want to say? You can tell me now." Yes, she was clearly much older than this youth, and her cultivation was also much stronger than this youth. However, when she stood in front of this youth, she felt as if she was facing the vast sea and the starry sky. That vast and deep sense of mystery made her feel a little awe. Chun Bingyu took out a scroll. "My cultivation base has not improved in 2 years, and there are many obstacles in my cultivation that I can't think of a way to solve. So I want to ask you to help me take a look. So it's like this. Let me take a look." In front of Chun Bingyu, everyone felt as if they were walking on thin ice. However, this youth was very carefree, completely at ease. It was like he was talking to a good friend or even a junior. On the other hand, Chun Bingyu felt a bit uncomfortable. She felt like this was an old monster wearing a youth's skin. Chun Bingyu was a martial arts fanatic, similar to South Sky City's Xiong Tianyan. With this kind of personality, she was destined to not be too worldly. She would not look down on someone because of their age or cultivation base. The world was big, and there were all sorts of strange things. There really were heavenly geniuses that existed. On this, Chu Tian opened the scroll and looked over it. After looking over it, his mind began to turn. "The cultivation technique you cultivate Is it an ancient cultivation technique of unknown origin? Yes. Have you cultivated it to the large success realm? Yes. Do you feel a chill every time you cultivate? Do you feel your spirit energy freeze every time you try to break through to the next realm? Chun Bingyu's snow-white cheeks were already flushed with excitement. Yes. Chu Tian knit his brows and said, "This is a bit serious. Your ancient cultivation method was not created for humans in the first place." Chun Bingyu's eyes stared at him. "What? This is a foreign race cultivation technique that was transformed into a human cultivation technique. Only the level of the person who changed the cultivation technique was not high enough, so the transformation was not successful. It can only be considered a half-finished product. You also know that different races have different physiques, different acupuncture points, and different meridians. This cultivation technique is very good, but if you cultivate it, the side effects will appear. What should I do?" "Vice Principal Chen, forgive me for speaking bluntly. This is a bit troublesome." Chu Tian rolled up the scroll and pretended to have a headache. "If your cultivation level is not deep enough, then you can just waste it and not cultivate it. But you have already cultivated it to the large success realm and are about to reach the perfection realm. The cultivation technique will affect your source spirit, and once you waste it, your cultivation base will drop. The gains will not make up for the losses." What should she do? When Chun Bingyu had found this cultivation technique in the ruins, she had been captivated by the profoundness of the cultivation technique. She did not think too much about it before cultivating it. After cultivating it for 10 years, how could she waste it just like that? Was there really no other way? You're lucky. If you hadn't met me, even the great scholar Gu Qianxiu wouldn't have been able to help you. Chu Tian gave the scroll back to her. "Stay in the Qilin Hall for a while and write down the complete cultivation technique for me. I'll find the right medicine and help you solve your problem in a month." Chun Bingyu happily clenched her fists. "Really? It's fine if you don't believe me." "No, I believe you." Chu Tian secretly laughed in his heart. This fellow was truly pure. Wouldn't it be easy for Chu Tian to solve her problem? Chu Tian did not immediately give her an answer or help her solve it, letting her stay in the headquarters. With a great deity like Chun Bingyu, Chu Tian would not have any worries. Then he would slowly help her improve her cultivation technique and let her see how hard Chu Tian worked. He would do a difficult thing for her and help her get out of her predicament. Wouldn't she be grateful to Chu Tian like this? At that time, hey, Chu Tian revealed a naughty smile. This matter was decided like this. The young miss and Ying were coming, so Chu Tian had to tidy up the new house and prepare to welcome the two sisters. Chapter 162. 2 days later, an inconspicuous small caravan entered the main city. The entire caravan had a total of less than 300 people, and a large number of beast carriages were pulling heavy goods. 2 exquisite and beautiful white rhinoceros beast carriages were driving in the middle of the caravan, and 18 silent black-robed men were guarding the sides. Central State was bustling with commerce, and there were countless large and small companies. Who would care about an ordinary caravan? At this time, the curtain of the beast carriage was lifted, and half a beautiful and delicate face appeared. Her hair was in a bun, and her eyebrows were like a painting. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her cherry lips were red. There were 2 strands of hair on her cheeks that were gently blown by the wind, adding a bit of charm. Her bright and clear eyes were like clear water, a bit mischievous, intelligent, and pure. The girl looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, but her body was quite perfect. She was wearing a light green dress with a small waist and was filled with a youthful and lively aura. Wah! The main city is really big and prosperous. It's much bigger than South Sky City, and it's also very clean and beautiful. This is Yingying's first time here. This girl was naturally South Sky City's Meng Yingying. There had been no news of Chu Tian ever since he left. She had been stuck in South Sky City for half a month and couldn't wait any longer. When the time with Chu Tian arrived, she followed her elder sister to Central State. The two sisters' luck was very good. It just so happened that the Central State City's Great Games were being held. The four great families' attention was on the Great Games, and they didn't pay attention to the changes in South Sky City. Therefore, the two of them didn't meet any danger or trouble on the way and smoothly entered the main city. The white-clothed girl was wearing a snow-white robe that couldn't hide her impressive figure. She had a face that could cause the downfall of a city and was beautiful to the point of being flawless. Her face was like goose fat. Her lips were like cherry blossoms. Her eyebrows were like ink. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyes were like a shining gem. She gave people a mature and dignified feeling. Meng Qinggu was sitting in the beast carriage in front of Meng Yingying. Even if she had a calm personality, she was filled with excitement at this moment. She had finally taken this step. Main City, the heart of Central State County, the gathering place of all the major powers in Central State County. This was the most fertile place in Central State, and at the same time, there was strong competition. Anyone who could gain a foothold here was a top force in Central State City. Chu Tian had come to Central State City 2 weeks in advance, and he didn't know what the situation was like. Could a single person really stir the muddy waters of Central State City? It would be best if he could do it. Even if he couldn't, they didn't want him to mess around. Chu Tian was the true soul of miracle commerce. If miracle commerce left Chu Tian, then their achievements would be limited. While Meng Qinggu was feeling a little nervous, a burly man returned to the team with a face full of excitement. "Missy, you definitely won't believe it. Everyone on the street is talking about the head president. I just had to ask around a little, and I got news about the head president. It took no effort at all." "What? Shouldn't he be keeping a low profile? Why does the whole city know about it? Did you cause some big trouble again?" Meng Qingwu was a little worried. If Chu Tian caused trouble in Central State again, it wouldn't be easy to clean it up. Xiong Tianyan reported the situation. Chu Tian came to Central State City and provoked the Heavenly Sword Young Master. He didn't die from a single slash from the Heavenly Sword Young Master, breaking the legend of the Heavenly Sword Young Master's 1/kill. Then he went to the Yun sect to cause trouble, making the entire Yun family worship him. Finally, he joined forces with Nangong Yun and the Yun family to create Qilin Hall, creating a large stir in Central State City. The matter that shocked the entire city was Chu Tian had participated in the Central State City Great Games and had actually defeated all the geniuses in the Great Games, instantly becoming the most dazzling genius of the new generation in Central State City. In order to kill him, the 3 great families did not hesitate to make a move, but they were stopped by Yun Tianhe, Chen Bingyu, and Shen Fengho. The Meng Qingwu sisters were stunned. Chu Tian had used less than 2 weeks to become like the sun in the sky, becoming a hot person in Central State City. How did this fellow do it? Then where is he now? The chairman has moved into the Miracle headquarters. It's said that this used to be the Yun family's Yun sect's headquarters, but it has now been given to the chairman as his headquarters in Central State. Let's go. The Meng Qingwu sisters were filled with joy. Chu Tian was really skilled. Who in the Yun family didn't know this? The Yun family had even taken out the newly built headquarters to give to him. Even a fool could see that they were trying to win her over. Chu Tian had not only caused a ruckus in Central State, he had also made several allies for Miracle Commerce. He had even prepared a new headquarters for Miracle Commerce, so the 2 sisters could just move in. This was something that the Meng Qingwu sisters never expected. When the Meng Qingwu sisters brought the caravan out of the car in front of the headquarters, they carefully looked over the castle-like building. The high walls, the grand building, and the tight security, it was like an iron bucket. The space inside was very wide, just the area it took up was very shocking. There was no need to worry about being attacked here. There were medicine fields, breeding farms, laboratories, and cultivation rooms. They were all made by the Yun family scholars with the most advanced equipment and technology. Damn! Meng Yingying stomped her feet, and her cheeks filled with anger, looking like she was in a bad mood. She loudly complained, "I've been worried for so many days for nothing. That bad fellow has been doing so well." Meng Qingwu helplessly smiled. "Why haven't you called him out yet?" Meng Yingying took out a large megaphone and ran to the door to shout, "You idiot Chu Tian! What are you doing? Come out and welcome us." Meng Qingwu watched from the side with a faint smile. This girl was so worried that she couldn't eat or drink, but now she could finally relax. The door slowly opened. Nangongyin charged out like a red tornado. Yingying, big sister Qingwu, you're finally here. This old lady missed you to death. Come give me a hug. Meng Yingying saw Nangong after so many days. Of course her face was filled with excitement and joy. She felt a terrifying strength, like it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, almost crushing her into mincemeat. Io, Big Senior Sister's cultivation base has increased by a lot. You're not bad either. Let me see, you're almost at the peak first body refinement layer. This improvement is too fast. Of course. Meng Yingying deliberately raised her voice, but she was saying it for the people behind her to hear. I spend most of my time in closed-door cultivation. I've used up 5 boxes of meteor grass. Now, the Starlight Immortal body is almost at the peak of the glass body. I'm not far from the diamond body. Powerful, right? You're almost at the diamond body. Nangongyin was shocked. How could this be? Meng Yingying did not lie. The Starlight Immortal body consumed a lot of materials, but as long as there were enough materials, the cultivation speed was very fast. When Chu Tian left South Sky City, Meng Yingying had already reached the glass body refinement realm. With this crazy cultivation, it wasn't strange for her to reach the diamond body refinement realm. The most important thing was that Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu's source spirits had a very limited effect on their battle strength. This meant that the two of them could not practice most battle-type cultivation techniques, so they could only focus on defense. Therefore, if they focused on one cultivation technique, the two of them would progress faster. Meng Yingying deliberately did not look at the people behind her. Chu Tian said with a troubled face, Io, why did my right eyelid keep jumping when I woke up today? So, it's this little girl who came. Meng Yingying's eyes slanted. You don't welcome this girl? How could I dare? Chu Tian walked over. Long time no see. Hug. Chu Tian came over and gave her a large bear hug, just like hugging a warm and elastic ball of cotton. This little girl's figure had improved again. Meng Yingying was stunned. She couldn't resist, but she also couldn't resist. Her face turned red on the spot. This bastard hugged me in front of everyone. Damn, he actually bullied me as soon as we met. Chu Tian let go of Meng Yingying and walked in front of the young miss. Young miss is even more elegant than before. Hug. Meng Qingwu's eyebrows knit together, and her slender legs kicked out. In the end, it was dodged by Chu Tian. Young miss is still too cautious. Chu Tian gave an embarrassed smile. We're all family, why are you so shy? Meng Qingwu's face turned red. In front of this many people, don't speak nonsense. Chu Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The new home has already been prepared. 2 young misses Please come in. We've arranged a welcoming banquet for you to wash away your dust. That's more like it. Meng Yingying nodded in satisfaction. She pulled her elder sister's hand and walked inside. Let's go. Let's go to our new home. Zhang Liqing and Xiong Tianyan also walked over. Old Zhang is becoming younger and younger. His cultivation base is about to reach the triple awakened soul. This is truly a cause for celebration. Xu Tian said this as he looked at Xiong Tianyan. Uncle Xiong's cultivation base is also about to reach the second awakened soul layer. His progress is truly godly. This is all because of you. Xiong Tianyan gave a few loud laughs. If it wasn't for Miracle Commerce's resources and the meteor grass, how could I have progressed this fast? Zhang Liqing stroked his beard and said with a look of admiration, the Yun sect is such a large organization, and they're treating you like an honored guest. You really aren't simple. My luck is good. It's just good luck. Please come in. The Miracle Commerce staff began to send everything into the headquarters. There were over 100 barrels of refined crystal oil, and they could be used to make source energy batteries at any time. This was a resource that could be used frequently in the future. There were also large amounts of meteor grass and countless other products. What made Xu Tian surprised was that among the goods the caravan brought, the most was Meng Yingying's things. There were over 150 boxes. Each box was large and heavy. What's inside? Reporting to the chairman, we don't know either. This is Sir Meng Yingying's great invention in South Sky City. She said it was a secret weapon that could be used in Central State. This was truly a great story. That stupid girl could also invent things. Xu Tian entered the headquarters and first introduced the Yun Yao and Yun Xiao siblings to everyone. During his time in Central Continent City, these two had indeed helped Xu Tian quite a bit, so they could be considered to be on his side. With Miracle Commerce fully established, we need to move quickly. Xu Tian and Meng Qinggu discussed the company's plans. Tianjin Chamber of Commerce has secretly made over 2,000 phonographs, and a magnetic sound tower has been built. The others are still being built, and the radios are being produced in the factory. What we need to consider now is how to start. Xu Tian had basically spent all of his money, but Meng Qinggu had brought 20 million gold coins. With the obstruction of the Chu, Luo, and Yi families, it would not be easy for Miracle Commerce to expand in Central State City. First, it would be hard to add factories and stores. The three great families would definitely put pressure on them. Even if Miracle Commerce had a large amount of money, they might not be able to buy them. The true large factories and resource suppliers were controlled by the medium-sized families. These families would not dare offend the three great families to help Miracle Commerce. Let's first open a source energy restaurant. Meng Yingying confidently gave a suggestion. The food and beverage industry is a small business at the bottom. They don't have as many worries as the families. We can just spend several times the money to buy them. Meng Qinggu nodded. I also think this way. Yingying has a very good food innovation that can be used at this time. Xu Tian thought of those large boxes. Did Yingying really invent something? Xu Tian knew the young Miss personality. If the young Miss was this confident, then perhaps it really was a good thing. Chapter 163. In the carefree valley, Feng Kai-dai, who was dressed in a palace dress, was practicing her swordsmanship. Her famous sword Divine Wind was as brilliant as a green rainbow. Her graceful figure danced and moved, as beautiful as a fairy in the forest. She was light and agile, and the airflow within 10 feet was stirred by the threatening sword edge. It was filled with strength and elegance. After the sword dance, the sword returned to its sheath. Young Miss, Xiang, who walked over the green grass, and respectfully said, the Marquis has asked you to come over. Feng Kai-dai calmed her spirit energy and revealed a faint smile as she walked into the bamboo house. Shen Fengho and Feng Yuntian saw that their daughter's aura was even more elegant, and her cultivation technique had taken a step forward. His heart was filled with satisfaction. The Central State Tower is about to open, and this trial has a great meaning. I've asked a friend to make several elixirs that will be helpful to your cultivation, so you can take them. Shen Fengho opened the small box, and several exquisite jade bottles were placed inside. A strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel invigorated. Shen Fengho introduced the pills in the jade bottles one by one. Xiang, whose eyes almost popped out from the side. Whether it was the type or the quality, they were all the best of the best. For people in the Void Soul realm, they had a very significant effect on increasing their strength. Each pill was worth over 1 million gold coins, and there were at least 20 million gold coins worth of pills here. Feng Kaidai was not surprised. Rather, she was used to it. This was a common occurrence for her. Since she was young, she had treated elixirs as food and elixirs as snacks. The resources she had spent on Feng Kaidai over the years was enough to create a super genius like the Central State for young masters. Because she had taken large amounts of elixirs over the years, Feng Kaidai had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy in her meridians. Once her blocked meridian physique was healed and her meridians were opened, Feng Kaidai broke through in an instant. "Father, you should know that the spiritual energy in my body cannot be refined. Even if I take the elixirs now, I won't be able to absorb it, so it will just be a waste." Feng Kaidai shook her head and said, "Moreover, the spiritual energy in my body is enough for me to break through to the illustrious soul realm. So these pills are for the void soul realm and are not very useful to me." Shen Fengho rubbed his chin. "You're not wrong to say that. The quality of these pills is still not high enough. I have to find some time to make a trip to Royal City and get some higher grade spirit herbs from there." Xiang, whose heart was bleeding. There was a whole batch of pills worth tens of millions of gold coins, but this father and daughter pair disdained them because they were too low level. This was really infuriating. Shen Fengho was a little troubled. "What should we do with these pills?" "Leave it to me." Feng Kaidai took out a bottle and threw it to Xiang Hu. "Brother Hu, this bottle is for you." "Miss Xie." Xiang Hu excitedly received the pill. "Chu Tian sent me an invitation to attend the opening ceremony of Miracle Commerce Restaurant." Feng Kaidai closed the box and let Xiang Hu carry it. "I was worried about being empty-handed and not knowing what to give. These pills came at the right time." Giving away these tens of millions of gold coins worth of pills as a gift, Shen Fengho did not feel it was a pity at all. Rather, he said with a bit of worry, "Chu Tian has given you a new life, and this father has helped you twice, but it was only a slight effort. It is not worth returning his favor. Only Chu Tian's alchemy skills are very high. These pills are very precious to normal people, but they might not be able to enter his eyes. Moreover, Chu Tian has broken through to the second awakened soul layer, so these pills will not be of much help to him. Chu Tian has many people by his side. Other than Nan Gongyun, he doesn't know anyone else. I'll give them these gifts as a meeting gift." "It's decided." Feng Kaidai called out to Xiang Hu to leave. When Feng Yuntian saw the smile on his daughter's face, he couldn't help revealing a heartfelt gratification. He looked up at the sky as if he was thinking of something. It was his wife who had died many years ago. Shen Fengho owed his wife too much, so he wanted to make it up to Kaidai. Even if he knew it was futile, he still did not hesitate to spend large amounts of resources on her. Feng Yuntian did not know how much pressure he gave Feng Kaidai. The entire Feng family hated him, and the people of Central State City laughed at him. It was because of this pressure that Feng Kaidai secretly ran away from home. But what no one would have thought was that running away from home this time would be the turning point in Fong Katie's life. Kai Dai is very good right now. You can go in peace. Fong Yuntian muttered to himself before returning to his bamboo house. Fong Kai Dai lived in seclusion in the carefree valley, so she did not pay attention to outside matters. She had heard a bit about miracle commerce, but as for what was special about it, Fong Kai Dai did not know. She really did not understand. Chu Tian was clearly a talented person, so why did he open a restaurant? This food and lodging business was something that middle and lower class merchants did. For families like the Four Great Families or those with high status, they would not be involved in this kind of low-end business. Fong Kai Dai came to Central State City with a stomach full of doubts. Not long after, she smelled a strange smell. This was a smell that Fong Kai Dai had never smelled before. Not only Fong Kai Dai, but all the people on the street were attracted. "Big brother, do you smell it?" "I smell it. What is this fragrant?" "That's right, it's really strange. Where did it come from?" "Father, what is being sold outside? Why is it so fragrant? Come, let's go take a look." When everyone found the source, there was a long line in front of the Miracle Hotel with at least 800-900 people. There were mercenaries, rogue cultivators, noble military officers, common soldiers, and maids, and housekeepers. This scene was very spectacular. Wasn't this hotel just bought by Miracle Commerce with a large sum of money? It hadn't been renovated yet, so it was impossible for it to open this early. Why were there so many people lining up? Fong Kai Dai looked through the crowd. There were several giant pots in front of the Miracle Hotel, and each giant pot was filled with boiling oil. All kinds of seasoning had been added, and large pieces of meat were rolling inside. The fragrance was mainly coming from the pots. In front of each pot was a young man wearing a Miracle Commerce staff uniform, using a long ladle to scoop up and down the meat in the pots. There were several large boxes in front of the hotel, and each box was filled with canned food. Miracle Commerce's employees were busy taking out boxes of canned food and selling them in full swing. Everyone was fighting to be the first to buy them. Everyone line up first. One by one, you're not allowed to cut the line. At this time, there was a beautiful green-clothed girl standing on a bench. Her hands were holding a large loudspeaker as she used a sweet and clear voice to shout to everyone. This is the Miracle Commerce's pre-opening event. What you're seeing right now is food cooked with source energy cooking techniques. The materials used are all level 1 and 2 demon beast meat and herbs. It's delicious and can strengthen the body. In the entire southern Xia or even the continent, only our Miracle Commerce has this technology. Before the Source Energy restaurant officially opens, we'll hold an event every day to invite everyone to try the food for free. Today we'll bring you braised meat. We'll use high-quality barbarian beef and 38 kinds of herbs and spices to make a stew, finally creating a unique braised meat. The quantity is limited. First come, first serve. Free? There was such a good thing. Everyone had long been tempted by the aroma, and they immediately rushed forward to be the first to eat. Fong Kai Dai squeezed to the front with great difficulty. There were already many people around her leading the food, and her ears were filled with all kinds of praises. Delicious! Too delicious! I never thought that demon beast meat could be made to taste like this. Big brother, I've already finished my portion. I see that your stomach isn't too good. How about sharing some with your brother? Fuck you! Stealing father's braised demon beast meat. Be careful, or we won't be brothers anymore. Everyone wolfing down the food made Meng Yingying's heart very happy. She was the one who invented the braised meat, and it hadn't even been introduced in South Sky City. She never thought that it would be so popular in Central State, and her confidence soared. Boss, your food is too delicious. Can I have another portion? Everyone can only try one free portion a day. Meng Yingying held the loudspeaker and shouted, "If everyone doesn't feel satisfied, Miracle Commerce will release a large amount of canned meat for everyone to try at half price." This was the main point. Canned meat. What is canned meat? Everyone had never heard of it before. The braised meat you just tasted is only one flavor of demon beast meat. Our Miracle Commerce has already invented 8 flavors of canned meat. Meng Yingying beamed with joy as she shouted, "These are all foods made using magic cooking techniques. Not only are they easy to digest, they can also quickly restore physical strength and slowly restore magic power. They can even strengthen muscles and bones and increase cultivation. Not only is the canned meat delicious, it also has a long shelf life. A conservative estimate is that it can last around a year. Even in a hot supermarket, it can last for half a year. Other than that, the canned meat itself has a heating array. As long as you inject spirit energy into it, it will automatically heat up. No matter where you go, you can eat delicious hot food." Is this true? This was an incredible invention. They had never heard of food that could last this long. Meng Yingying wiped away the beads of sweat and continued to shout, "Everyone can only buy 5 portions a day. If you buy any Miracle Commerce canned meat during the event, you can also win a lottery. Miracle Commerce's phonograph and other products are waiting for everyone to pick up. Don't miss such a good opportunity." Everyone was shocked. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to buy. I want 5 cans. Everyone rushed forward to buy the cans. Feng Kaidai was also curious. "Let's go buy 2. "All right." Xiang Hu placed the box on the ground. "I'll go now." The crowd rushed forward, and several large boxes of cans were quickly destroyed. These cans were all made using source energy cooking techniques. There were braised meat, smoked meat, barbecued meat, pickled meat, etc. Demon beast meat was not easy to rot, and when Meng Yingying made the cans, she added some special herbs, ensuring that the canned meat would not go bad for around a year. How could this not cause an uproar? Source energy restaurants were expensive, and it was hard to get a spot. Now that they could sell source energy food in cans, wouldn't that increase their sales? To merchants, this was a good business opportunity. If they bought large amounts of canned food and transported it to other cities, it would be sold at several times the price. As for mercenaries, sailors, armies, and wandering rogue cultivators, it was a tailor-made good item. These professions were doing missions or rogue cultivators going out to cultivate, not returning to the city for 10 days to half a month. Maintaining food in the wilderness was a problem. Now it was good. The canned demon beast meat was not only delicious and nutritious, it was also very filling. The most important thing was that the demon beast meat could strengthen one's physique and even slowly recover spirit energy. This was a must-have item for traveling. Was the canned food delicious? Could it really last this long? Everyone was filled with curiosity and impatiently wanted to test it out. Chapter 164. The Chu, Luo, and Yi families had been blocking all information about Miracle Commerce. Unless it was something big that couldn't be blocked, like Chu Tian killing the elders of the 3 families, Chu Tian capturing Yi Tianleng, or Chu Tian forcing Yi Wudao to retreat. Anything related to Miracle Commerce could not be reported in the local media. This caused the Central State city citizens and low-level cultivators to not have a good understanding of Miracle Commerce. It could even be said that it was very vague. Looking at it now, it wasn't a bad thing. This would give the citizens a sense of novelty, so when Miracle Commerce came to Central State City, as long as they used a few tricks, it was easy to catch people's eyes and cause a strong shock. Meng Yingying had been shouting with the megaphone for over half an hour. She was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. What made Meng Yingying very proud was that the canned food had almost been sold out. The canned food was Meng Yingying's idea. When Nangong Yun left South Sky City, Only Ying was left to manage the restaurants in South Sky City. The 3 restaurants in South Sky City were very popular, and they needed to make reservations every day to get a spot. Sometimes they had to wait for several days to make a reservation. It was really hard to find a spot. There were many rogue cultivators and mercenaries who thought that it would be great if they could eat Miracle Commerce's food anytime, anywhere, even in the wild. Miracle Commerce's source energy cooking pots were not for sale, so this idea was destined to be a fantasy. No one would have thought that a moment of complaint would give Meng Ying inspiration. That's right. Miracle Commerce did not leak their technology, so they were very cautious in hiring people. Therefore, it was impossible for them to open new restaurants quickly. So many people would not be able to eat the delicious and nutritious source energy cooking pots. Wouldn't a large market be wasted? Meng Ying suddenly had an idea. If they could use source energy cooking pots and put them in special packaging, wouldn't there be a large market for them? When her elder sister heard of Meng Ying's idea, she immediately gave her approval and support. Meng Ying's confidence was greatly boosted. She immediately gathered more than 10 experienced chefs and researched day and night. They finally invented canned food. In fact, in terms of technology, canned food wasn't complicated at all. However, most of the time, a great product only lacked a flash of inspiration and ingenuity. The introduction of canned food would definitely have a great impact. It was a milestone for the expansion of miracle food and beverage. The major clans, armies, mercenaries, loose cultivators, and even ordinary people would come to try the delicacies. Not only did it solve the problem of survival in the wild to a great extent, but it also gave people sufficient nutrition and strengthened their bodies. How many millions of people had benefited from this invention? Meng Ying personally supervised the production of a large batch of canned meat. It hadn't even been released in South Sky City, so she didn't know how the market would react. She brought all of the canned meat to Central State City to sell. What was surprising was the canned food was wildly welcomed and supported on the first day. The explosive scene was an affirmation of Ying's hard work. People no longer needed to endure dry rations on long journeys. After long-term missions, they no longer needed to worry about the lack of nutrition that would cause their bodies to weaken. With a can of canned meat and a jug of wine, no matter where they went, they could experience the delicacies of miracle commerce. This was truly a great invention that benefited both the country and the people. Meng Ying's voice was a bit hoarse from shouting, but she didn't feel tired at all. She held the loudspeaker in her hand and continued to shout, "Thank you everyone for your support. Today's canned food has been sold out. Those friends who didn't buy canned food, please line up here tomorrow. The quantity is limited, so first come, first serve." What? It's sold out this quickly? I've already lined up for an hour. Meng Ying faced everyone's complaints and shouted into the loudspeaker, "Miracle Commerce has come from afar, so we didn't bring a lot of canned food. But everyone doesn't need to worry. Miracle Commerce is already preparing to open a canned food processing factory in the main city. Other than that, Miracle Commerce will buy large amounts of demon beast meat at a high price. Mercenary friends, don't waste the demon beast meat you find. As long as you bring it to us, we will buy it no matter how much you have." Miracle Commerce will also open a farm in the prairies outside the city. If we catch a suitable demon beast cub, we will give a good price to buy it. Please don't let everyone suffer a loss. The mercenaries and merchants all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. This was a giant business opportunity. Miracle Commerce was opening a source energy restaurant in Central State City and wanted to mass-produce canned meat using demon beast meat. Therefore, it wasn't hard to foresee that the originally worthless demon beast meat would greatly increase in value in the near future. In this world, there were more beasts than people. The land inhabited by intelligent life forms was not even a few tens of millions of the continent's land. Most of the places without intelligent life forms were demon beast worlds, so the amount of demon beasts was very large. It could even be said that they were overrun. A bustling city like Central State City would often face the threat of beast hordes, even seriously affecting the safety of the city. Because of this, many mercenaries and rogue cultivators hunted demon beasts for a living. However, the most common and most worthless thing on demon beasts was their meat. With the appearance of miracle commerce, this situation would immediately change. The price of beast meat would increase. When source energy cooking became more common, the demand for beast meat would become even larger. For these people who hunted demon beasts for a living, it would increase their income by a large amount. How could anyone refuse this kind of good thing? After the canned food was sold out, it was time to draw a prize. Congratulations, you've drawn the third prize, a level 1 talisman refined by miracle commerce. Congratulations, you've drawn the third prize, a bottle of medicine produced by miracle commerce. Anyone who bought canned food would have a chance to draw a prize, and the chances of winning were very high. The worst prize would be a dagger forged from fine iron or a short sword as a souvenir. Many people would even draw talismans, potions, and other more valuable things. Miracle Commerce prepared tens of thousands of gifts for free every day. This rich and overbearing attitude made the citizens feel excited. This event was planned by Meng Qinggu. On one hand, it was to let the citizens see Miracle Commerce's wealth and power. On the other hand, it was to spread Miracle Commerce's products in the city as fast as possible. It would take at least 8 to 10 days for a large hotel to open. Miracle Commerce used free food, special canned food, and all kinds of prizes to attract the citizens' attention. Congratulations! You've drawn the first prize. You've received a qi refining pill from Miracle Commerce. The crowd broke out in cheers. Miracle Commerce did not know much about other products, but this qi refining pill was very famous. Its price was very high in the underground market, and one could earn a fortune just by selling a single one. Congratulations! You've drawn a special prize. You've received a limited edition first-generation phonograph from Miracle Commerce. You've also received a disc of basic courses that can be played 10 times. The people broke out in cheers. Phonograph? Wasn't this something from Qilin Hall? There was even a disc of basic courses. How could this be? Even if it was the lowest level introductory course, it was still a treasure that was hard to estimate. The atmosphere of the crowd reached a climax again and again. Free food, large amounts of canned food, and precious prizes. When the Source Energy restaurant officially opened, its reputation would have already spread, and it would be hard for its business to not be good. Young miss, I'm back. Why are you so slow? Did you manage to get the canned food? There's no other way. There are too many people, and I can't cut in line. It's already sold out before it's my turn. Xiang, who had a depressed look on his face. This Miracle Commerce's business was too good. Young miss, don't worry. I spent 10 times the price and bought 2 cans from a mercenary. Katie's eyes lit up. Let me take a look. The canned food that Miracle Commerce produced was a cylindrical container made of copper. The material itself was not strange at all. There were no patterns or designs on it. It only stated the brand and the manufacturer, as well as the words Kent Braised Pig Trotters. Feng Kai-dai carefully looked at it, and there were even smaller words written on it. It stated the type of canned food, how to use it, what herbs and spices were used, as well as the benefits of eating Source Energy food. It was clear and easy to understand. Although the packaging was very simple, it was very creative. From the reaction of the crowd, it was clear that everyone liked it. Feng Kai-dai opened it with a curious heart. Inside were 3 large pig trotters that were soaked in a kind of half-solidified gelatinous soup. According to the description written on the side of the can, this soup was made with 6 herbs and 9 spices. It had an anti-spoilage effect and was enough to preserve food for around a year. The food was already cooked and could be eaten directly after opening the can. For a better taste, one could also heat up the meat can. Fong Kai-dai held the can with both hands and slowly poured her essence energy into it. A few simple runes appeared at the bottom of the can, and the originally half-congealed soup actually automatically started to heat up. It was like a hot meal that had just been taken out of the pot. "Aya, it's really zhou dao." Fong Kai-dai sniffed it. The fragrance was rich and enticing. It was very appetizing. Fong Kai-dai did not care about her image as she took out a piece of pig trotter and tasted it. Her eyes widened in shock. Fong Kai-dai was someone who had seen the world and had eaten all kinds of delicious food. She did not dare believe that this was demon beast meat. Demon beast meat itself was very hard to cook. Moreover, the pig trotters were very tough, and the inside of the can of meat was completely cooked. The meat was chewy, and the mouth was dry. The ingredients were all mixed with herbs and spices, and the taste was unbelievably delicious. Fong Kai-dai couldn't help but take a bite and finished the pig trotters in 2 or 3 bites. Her mouth was full of grease, and she did not care about her beautiful image. How was this fast food? It was simply an unbelievable delicacy. Just this canned food was enough to make miracle commerce famous all over the world. The taste is too good. Fong Kai-dai found that after tasting one, she could not stop. "Are there any more?" Xianghu said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, miss. I finished all of it." Fong Kai-dai glared at him. "Fine. Since we know Chu Tian, we'll order a batch of canned food from inside. This thing is too delicious and can also strengthen the body and increase cultivation. Not only is it the best food for cultivators, it can also be our best snack." Snack. This was not cheap for a normal person. The most common level 1 demon beast meat was 10 gold coins per can. Canned food with a heating source energy array would cost at least 20 gold coins per can. Of course, to a noble disciple, this was not a problem at all. Fong Kai-dai wiped her mouth clean and immediately revealed her identity as she walked into the renovated hotel. Chapter 165. Chu Tian was leisurely sitting in the hotel, drinking tea. The snow-white little fox was sitting on its master's crossed legs, also crossing one leg over the other. That expression and demeanor was exactly the same as its master. Its 2 little claws were holding a jade teacup. Even the way it drank tea was the same as its master. Speechless. Truly one is marked by the company one keeps. Such a cute little fox. Who would have thought that after staying with Chu Tian for a long time, it would learn its master's bad habits? Chu Tian was not ashamed at all. "This is the elven green tea that old man Yun gave me. Young miss, have a cup." Meng Qingwu took a sip of the tea. The fragrance filled the air, making her body feel comfortable. Her spirit energy seemed to be cleansed, and her body had a wonderful feeling of clarity. It really was a good tea. Ying has a shy and innocent personality, always being satisfied with the status quo. It's rare for her to care about something this much. Meng Qingwu's gentle autumn water, like eyes stared at Chu Tian. But sometimes when I see her working hard all day, my heart doesn't feel good. I don't know if this change is good or bad for her. Meng Qingwu's mood was very complex. On one hand, she hoped that Ying would be motivated, having the power to protect herself in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. On the other hand, she hoped that Ying could live a carefree life, never being involved in worldly battles or fame. Do you think the tired Ying is happier, or the carefree Ying from before is happier? Meng Qingwu looked outside. Her little sister's petite body was standing on the high platform, holding the horn in one hand and waving it with the other. Her head was covered in sweat, and her cheeks were red. She was excitedly shouting, revealing a proud and satisfied look. She gave a knowing smile and didn't say anything. But doesn't young Miss feel that this matter is a bit strange? Chu Tian held the teacup and said in a serious voice, "How could Ying's stupid brain come up with this idea? She wouldn't be possessed, right? How about we show her?" "Pei, speaking without thinking. You're the one who's possessed." Meng Qingwu's towering chest heaved up and down. She was determined to protect her sister. So how could she tolerate this guy's nonsense? She's so hardworking. Don't you know that diligence makes up for her lack of talent? Hard work, don't joke around. Do you think I don't know this girl's background? He's almost half as lazy as I am. How did I get into the Meng family in the first place? It was because she didn't want to do her homework. You still don't believe me. After she used the magic mirror source spirit to copy the heavenly book source spirit's learning ability, not only did she learn some of the key techniques of miracle commerce, she also locked herself in her room every day. If she wasn't cultivating, then she was reading and learning. I don't know which story he got the inspiration for canned food from, but in order to develop the best canned food, he specially flipped through dozens of cookery books and found more than 10 chefs to help him. He secretly developed the canned food for a few days and nights. It can be said that he gave his all. Meng Ying looked weak on the surface, but she was a very proud person. She saw how smart Chu Tian was, how capable her elder sister was, and how strong elder sister Nan Gong was. She was alone, uncultured, had no skills, and couldn't fight. How could she not be anxious as a flower vase? Before Chu Tian left, he casually exhorted her with a few words, which greatly encouraged her attitude. A green-clothed girl holding a loudspeaker walked in. Her head was covered in sweat, and her white face was slightly red. She stood in front of the two of them with a proud expression. "It's all done." That sweet and pleasant voice rang out. It was as clear and bright as a lark, making it easy for people to have a good impression of her. "Elder sister, is there anything that needs to be improved?" "No need." Meng Qingwu shook her head with a faint smile. "Let's drink some tea and rest." Meng Ying giggled. "I'm not tired. I feel very happy." Actually, Meng Ying was one of the beauties that Chu Tian knew, and he had the best relationship with her. In the beginning, it was Meng Ying who brought him out of the slave market. That was why Chu Tian was able to have everything that happened after that. He would always take special care of Meng Ying. Even if she was just a flower vase, he would take care of her for a lifetime. Who knew that this insensitive and naive girl would occasionally have a flash of inspiration that was enough to surprise people? Meng Ying described the latest situation. General Xiong Wuji from the general's residence has sent people to order 200,000 cans of canned food from us. All the big families, mercenary groups, and merchant groups have also sent us orders for canned food in advance. We haven't even started building the canned food factory, but the orders for canned food are already coming in like snowflakes. Not bad. Chu Tian couldn't help praising. Ying's canned food is going to be famous all over the world. Meng Ying's face turned red, and she scratched her head in embarrassment. I only thought of the idea during the canned food development process. Elder sister gave me quite a bit of help, and the current business strategy was also finalized by elder sister on the way here. Meng Qingwu gently said, "If it's your credit, then it's yours. What does it have to do with me?" "I say, you two sisters shouldn't be so modest. It's like other people don't know your feelings." Chu Tian laughed. "If there's merit, then you should be rewarded. Half of the canned food's profits will be given to you as a bonus. You guys should properly promote the canned food and use it to increase the influence of the Source Energy restaurant. Half of the annual profits as a bonus? This was too much. From today onwards, Ying will be in charge of miracle dining. Ying asked in a surprised voice. Then what about elder sister Nangong? Nangong's vice chairman position is fine, but Nangong has other important businesses to develop, so I'm afraid she won't have time to manage miracle dining. Nangong Yun would be transferred to Qilin Hall as the highest manager. She had a domineering and righteous personality and was filled with the aura of the Jianghu. She was destined to be an elder sister that could convince others. With Yun Yao and Yun Xiao as her assistants, it wouldn't take long for her to win over a large group of little brothers and make a name for herself in Central State. When they were talking, a beautiful and noble dressed girl walked in. "Sorry, Brother Chu, I'm late." The great beauty Feng had arrived. Feng Kaidai noticed the two girls as soon as she came in. The green-clothed girl was very cute and beautiful, and the white-clothed girl was dignified and steady with a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. The two of them looked very similar, so it was clear they were sisters. Miracle Commerce's Vice Chairman Meng Qingguo, and this is Miracle Commerce's Chairman Meng Yingying. You should have already seen her outside. Chu Tian introduced them to everyone. This is Shun Fengho's daughter, Feng Kaidai. I've mentioned her before. "Hello, elder sister Kaidai." Meng Yingying passionately welcomed her. "Elder sister is truly beautiful. No wonder that bad fellow kept mentioning you to us." Chu Tian was a little embarrassed. When did he keep mentioning her? Didn't he only say it once? "This is our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts." Feng Kaidai gently waved her hand, and Xianghu quickly brought over the box. Feng Kaidai opened the box and revealed 10 exquisite jade bottles. "These finished pills are useless to me, but they can help you break through in a short period of time. Please accept them." Meng Qingguo was a little surprised. "This gift is too precious." "It's not precious at all," Feng Kaidai very appropriately said. "Compared to the help you've given me, this is just a small repayment. I hope you won't reject it." The Meng Qingguo sisters were a little hesitant. Chu Tian saw this and said, "Since young Miss Feng has good intentions, we'll accept it." Although he didn't expect the two sisters to have a strong battle strength, their cultivation bases still needed to keep up. "I came to find you because of other important matters." After Feng Kaidai gave the gifts to the two sisters, she said to Chu Tian with a serious expression, "Let's talk about the matter of the Central State Tower." The Central State Tower's trial? Chu Tian did not understand this at all, and did not have much interest in it. It was a trial. It was just a place for young people to train. What was there to see in this place? The ancient civilizations of the continent have left behind countless treasures. The trial grounds are one of them. Feng Kaidai said this, and then her tone suddenly changed as she asked, "Do you know why the trial grounds were created?" How could Chu Tian not know? The ancient families and kingdoms, in order to train the most outstanding young people, they created a special trial ground with the goal of increasing their strength. That's not all. Some of the trial grounds were built by ancient sections. Their purpose was to find a suitable successor among the trial takers. When a sect is about to be destroyed, they will spend all their effort to create a secret realm so you can't look down on it. Is that so? From the looks of it, the Central State Tower is not normal. Chu Tian was a little surprised. What's different about it? Don't look down on this opportunity. Feng Kaidai was most worried about Chu Tian's personality. It seemed like he did not care about anything and would waste this great opportunity. First of all, the Central State Tower was not built by humans and has a very long history. It could be a relic of an ancient civilization. Hidden within were incredible treasures, and past trial takers had been able to obtain extremely generous rewards. The Central State four great families, and even the Feng family, have spent all their effort to obtain a spot. This is not without reason. This was also true. Feng Kaidai hesitated for a few minutes, and then said a piece of information normal people did not know I once heard a secret from my father. There was once a scholar who found a legend about the Central State Tower in the ruins. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. What is it? The Central State Tower has an ancient lost problem. An ancient lost problem? What kind of problem is it? It's just a legend. Feng Kai-dai shrugged her shoulders and said, but since it's an ancient lost problem, it must be very difficult. No one has been able to solve it since ancient times, and it's said that if someone can solve it, perhaps they can obtain an ancient treasure or even a secret that transcends life and death. Pa, the jade cup was crushed to pieces. Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying were stunned. The two of them had never seen Chu Tian like this before. Chu Tian had already stood up, and his aura had completely changed. He was like a completely different person. Does this kind of mystery really exist? It's just a legend, and no one has seen it before. But since the legend has been passed down, perhaps it isn't groundless. Feng Kai-dai never thought that Chu Tian would be this interested in this matter. If we want to know the answer, we can only go in and take a look. Chu Tian returned to his normal appearance and rubbed his chin as he said, "This is a bit interesting. It seems like we really need to take a look. What are the rules of the trial?" "Survival." Feng Kai-dai continued to say, "The trial will meet a harsh challenge of survival. The longer one survives in the trial, the richer the rewards will be." Feng Kai-dai took out a book from her sleeve. These are the notes left behind by the 10 trial participants in the past 50 years. I hope it will be of some help to you. The experiences of the predecessors are just a reference. The trial's environment and terrain will constantly change, and it will be different every time it opens, but it will always be the same. It will test strength, test wisdom, and test luck. This trial tower's manufacturing technique was not simple. In a small country like the southern summer country where the spiritual energy was thin, there should not be such a mysterious trial. But the continent's spiritual veins would change. Perhaps it could be traced back to ancient times when the spiritual energy in this land was not as thin as it was now. The trial is about to begin. I hope you can properly study the notes. Kai-dai won't bother Brother Chu anymore. I'll say my goodbyes here. Before Feng Kai-dai left, she asked Meng Yingying for a few cans of food. She said that she would bring it back for Shen Fengho to try. Meng Yingying did not dare not give it to her, and directly gave Kai-dai a large box. Chapter 166. Elder Sister Kai-dai is truly generous. She really is worthy of being Shen Fengho's daughter. Meng Yingying took out the jade bottles from the small treasure chest and looked them over, praising them nonstop. Because they were all made from level 2 elixirs, their value was very high. Even if one had money, they might not be able to buy them. Elder Sister and I have hope of breaking through to the second awakened soul layer. Meng Qingwu looked at Chu Tian with a strange gaze. This young Miss Feng's attitude towards you is not normal. I'm afraid you are not just some casual acquaintance. Meng Yingying heard this. Was there something fishy going on? How could that be? She put the jade bottles back into the box and closed it with a paw sound. She put her hands on her hips and fiercely said, "Be honest and be strict. What is your relationship?" The two sisters were extorting a confession at the same time. Chu Tian had a helpless expression. "You want to care about this?" "Nonsense." Meng Yingying had an unreasonable appearance. "No matter how strict you are, who knows how many girls will be tricked by you? Do you think everyone else is as stupid as you?" Chu Tian honestly told her everything that had happened. Meng Yingying was suddenly enlightened. No wonder when South Sky City was surrounded by the Ye family, Shen Fengho came out to help us. Elder Sister Feng Kai-dai really is a good person. She is Shen Fengho's daughter. She has a noble status and is high above everyone else. You're not allowed to have any ideas about her, and you're not allowed to bully her. Do you understand? All right. I won't have any ideas about her. Meng Yingying winked at her elder sister and revealed a victorious smile. When did this stinky girl turn into a little tiger? This was truly going against the heavens. What kind of joke is this? Does an outstanding person like me need to take the initiative? It's usually other people that have ideas about me, all right? Speaking of this, you have to be careful in the Central State Tower. Meng Qingwu had already heard of the legends of the Central State Tower, so she knew how important the Central State Tower's trial was to a person. Because of you, the Chu, Luo, and Yi family's disciples were not able to participate, so those 3 families will definitely hate you. Other than the top 6 of the Central State Tournament, the Central State's 4 young masters were also participating in the trial. Although the Yun family supports you now, but based on Purple Lightning young master's strength alone, it is impossible for him to contend against the others. Among the 4 great young masters, the Purple Lightning young master was ranked last. When Yun Yao broke through to the 4th awakened soul layer and obtained the soul-contracting thunder spirit bead, her strength should not be weaker than Yi Tianlong's. She should not be weaker than Luo Xianglong by much, but she should be on par with these 2. If he were to fight against Chu Xingha, there was no hope at all. The strength of the leader of the 4 princes was even greater than the sum of the other 3. The Heavenly Sword young master, the Dragon Tiger young master, and Prince Tianlang, these 3 illustrious Soul Realm experts, if they all attacked Chu Tian's group at the same time, how could the trial continue? Meng Qingwu continued to remind him, don't look down on the Central State's 4 great families. It is not a coincidence that the 4 great families have been in Central State City for 200-300 years. Even if they are afraid of Shunfengho's fame and don't dare make a move against you, it is hard to guarantee that they won't try to assassinate you. Assassinate? If they had this ability, I would have already died on the streets. I wouldn't have waited until today, Chu Tian said with a smile. Relax. It's just a small family in a small city in a small country. What ability do they have? They are just trying to show off their might. Meng Qingwu continued to say, other than that, when I was in South Sky City, I received some news that the Central State 4 great families are trying to secretly decipher our techniques. Chu Tian was a bit stunned, but he did not care about it. This was hard to avoid. Every time a new pill or talisman appeared on the market, it would attract the attention of the large families. If this product had any commercial value, they would immediately invest a large amount of resources to try and decipher it. The prospects of the source energy electric lamp and source energy cooking were wide. It was impossible for the large families not to be jealous. Even if Meng Qingwu was careful, she could not stop the source energy electric lamp from falling into their hands. After they obtained the electric lamp, they could copy the source energy array on it and reverse engineer the design. If the source energy array design was deciphered, the source energy electric lamp technology would be completely exposed. At the same time, the source energy pot was the same. This was one of the most common methods of competition in this era. There was no such thing as protecting patents. Even the empire allowed this kind of behavior. Everyone relied on their own strength, whether it was research or deciphering. Whoever had the technology would have the qualifications to produce it. Although it was hard to reverse engineer it, the complexity of a level 1 source energy array was limited. The large families had hundreds of scholars working together, so there was still a chance of deciphering it. They could even send the source energy array to Imperial City and find a professional master, or even spend a large sum of money to hire a great scholar to decipher it. Once the technology was deciphered, Miracle Commerce's production and influence would not have any advantage. These large families could instantly gather a large amount of production resources and steal the market 10 times faster than Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's technology would become someone else's wedding dress. Chu Tian gave a carefree smile. No need to worry. even if my source energy array is level 1, these good-for-nothings won't be able to decipher it in 3 to 5 years. Even if they can decipher it, the products produced will be defective products. There is no guarantee of stability, and it will not be able to compete with miracle commerce. Being afraid will only restrict us. We can develop freely and make our own products. We can let them follow behind us and eat dirt. Chu Tian said this. Meng Qingwu was relieved. With Meng Qingwu's heavenly book source spirit's quick learning ability, she had already grasped a part of the technology. Although she did not know much about arrays, Southern Cloud Commerce used to make talismans. Didn't they know how to kill a pig and not eat pork? Whether it was the shape or style of Chu Tian's source energy array, it was far from the mainstream of the modern era. It could be said to be several years ahead of its time. Even if it was a level 1 array, it was impossible for a small country like the Southern Summer Country to decipher it. Even if it was a large empire with experts like Clouds, it would still be a challenging matter. As for deciphering a part of it, perhaps they could make a lamp or a source energy pot, but in terms of stability, sensitivity, and safety, it would be far inferior. It would not be able to replace miracle commerce. At most, it would be able to occupy a small portion of the market. Let them decipher it. This kind of thing was a low-level technology. Chu Tian did not put it in his eyes from the beginning. Chu Tian was most concerned with increasing his strength. The Central State Tower was a good opportunity, not to mention that the Central State Tower contained the legendary 10,000-year lost problem, which made him very interested. After several days, the Central State Trial was about to begin. The Central State Trial was something that Central State City paid close attention to. This kind of opportunity only came once every 5 years, and it was common for people to dig out ancient tools, ancient treasures, and even top-grade inherited cultivation techniques. As for spirit medicines and spirit pills, there were countless of them, and there were even saint-level materials. How could the great clans not scramble for them? The forbidden area has opened. We asked the trial participants to enter. A deep and resounding shout rang out. Central State City's great General Xiong Wuji led the guards to surround the ruins. The magnificent honor guard of the 4 great families slowly entered the forbidden area of the Central Continent ruins. Each of the majestic beast carriages exuded a powerful and dignified aura. Central State Tower, the foundation of Central State City. It was because of the trial tower that there was a bustling Central State City. The Central State Tower was not like the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. There was no restriction on cultivation. As long as one was under 30 years old, they had the qualifications to participate in the trial. So, the higher one's cultivation, the more advantage they had. Central State's Chu Xingha had an overwhelming strength, which was something that none of the previous Central State trial participants had. So, this battle was destined to be a very intense one. The Central State Tower was 30 meters tall, standing in the ruins of the ancient city. It was completely snow-white, like it was made of jade or stone. It was covered in a hazy glow, and an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. After tens of thousands of years, it was completely new, without a single trace left behind. The greatest power in the world seemed to be unable to do anything to it. The first day Chu Tian arrived in the main city, he could feel that the main city was covered in a special ancient aura. The source seemed to be here. The 4 great families surrounded the Central State Tower, waiting for the trial to begin. Chu Shanha, Yi Wudao, and Luo Lianqing all had dark and terrifying expressions on their faces. This was because these past few days had not been good for them. The 3 families had sent out more than one group of death soldiers to deal with Chu Tian, but in the end, none of the death soldiers they sent out had returned alive. It was impossible for that old man, surnamed Yun, to protect them all the time. When the three families noticed a silent black figure behind Chu Tian, they finally realized it was Chun Bingyu. It was actually this woman. Perhaps only this woman could secretly take care of the family's death soldiers. A woman like Chun Bingyu was always as cold as ice. So why would she protect Chu Tian over and over again? Truly hateful. As long as this woman was by Chu Tian's side, there was no chance of assassinating him. Even if the three family heads personally made a move, it would still be the same, unless they invited the secluded or wandering remote great elders. But was this even easier said than done? Their eyes were filled with hatred. They were like arrows that wanted to pierce through Chu Tian. Yun Tianhe was a little worried as he said to Chu Tian in a low voice, "No one will die in the trial. If you fall into their hands, you should kill yourself to avoid being humiliated by them." Meng Qingwu was also present. When she heard Yun Tianhe say this, her heart filled with worry. Although one could not be killed in the trial, it was still possible for one to be heavily injured or crippled. Chu Tian had participated in this trial, so he was taking a large risk. Chu Tian had a relaxed expression, turning a blind eye to this. When he saw Yi Tianlang and his son, he even went up to greet them. "Yo, isn't this the stray dog, young master? Last time I accidentally cut off your arm, so I was filled with fear and guilt. I never thought that your arm would grow back, so I can finally relax. But I advise you not to be this naughty in the future. Otherwise it won't be as simple as losing 2 arms next time." Stray dog, young master. Everyone looked over with a strange gaze. Yi Tianlong's white face turned red. That experience in South Sky City was Yi Tianlong's life's nightmare. Yi Wudao's face turned dark. If it wasn't for Yun Tianhe and Chun Bingyu being here, he would have killed this arrogant person on the spot. How long can you be proud for? Yi Tianlong's face twisted. "As long as we enter the trial, I'll make you beg for death." Chu Tian's body trembled. He used a very exaggerated and annoying acting to express the fear in his heart. "The stray dog young master is angry. I'm really scared." Luo Xianlong gave a snort. Although his relationship with Yi Tianlang was not good, Yi Tianlang was still on the same level as him. Chu Tian did not place the 4 young masters in his eyes at all. How could he swallow this anger? Chu Xinghe closed his eyes, not saying a single word. Chu Tian also knew when to stop. The trial was more important. The little fox secretly poked its head out of his clothes. Ji. Chu Tian patted its head. "What? Do you want to go in and take a look? But you're a living creature. Can I bring you into the trial tower?" The little fox stretched out its 2 claws and gestured that there was no problem. "All right then." Chu Tian rolled his eyes. "Don't drag me out of the trial tower." "No problem. You can be assured." The little fox confidently went back into his clothes. The earth suddenly shook a few times, and the sky quickly darkened. It was like a piece of the sun had been bitten off and was covered in a large shadow. Moreover, the shadow was quickly expanding. Solar eclipse. The opening of the Central State Tower was a solar eclipse. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the top of the Central State Tower. A wave of energy entered the Central State Tower. A large number of floating runes appeared. That tightly shut jade door suddenly and slowly disappeared. A passage that blossomed with white light appeared in front of everyone. An ancient and mysterious aura was released. It gave people the illusion that as long as they entered the passage, they would enter another world, a world with completely different laws. Participants, enter the tower. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianlong, Yi Tianlang, and Yun Yao, the 4 young masters, walked in front. Chu Tian, Nangong Yun, Feng Kaidai, Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han, the 6 of them followed closely behind. The little fox hid in Chu Tian's clothes, and its body released a gray energy. It slowly wrapped around itself and followed Chu Tian into the passage. The trial officially began. Chapter 167. The moment he walked in, the heaven and earth shook, and all living things trembled. Spiritual energy and spatial energy surged, and was released like a tsunami, instantly covering the entire world, forming the trial world. A giant palace slowly appeared. Chu Tian first pulled open his clothes and saw a furry snow white head sticking out. The little fox grinned at Chu Tian, revealing a proud look. "I really couldn't tell that you had some skills." Chu Tian had read the notes that Feng Kai-dai left for him. The trial tower did not allow living beings to be brought in, so battle pets and pets could not be brought in under normal circumstances. But the little fox had resisted the trial tower's laws and forcefully followed Chu Tian in. The little fox retreated back into his clothes. Chu Tian did not care about it and began to observe his surroundings. This place looked like a palace, but it was not a palace. Rather, it was an intersection. There were passages in all directions, and it was a deep corridor. Although it was an intersection, because this place was too big, it was like he was in a grand palace. A single pillar was 200 meters long. It would take 60 to 70 people to surround it. Each floor was around 30 to 40 square meters. There was an ancient copper chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was as big as a house. In short, everything here seemed to be magnified several times. There was no difference between humans and ants. 3 sharp killing intents suddenly surrounded Chu Tian. Even if one used there, but to think they would know that this was the Heavenly Sword Young Master, the Dragon Tiger Young Master, and Prince Tianlang. Chu Tian's hatred for them was too deep. How could they allow Chu Tian to participate in the trial? Killing people in the trial space would not kill them, but they could kick Chu Tian's group out, ending their chances. How could Chu Tian not know what his grandsons were thinking? Whether it was Chu Xinghe or the other two, Chu Tian was not their match. If they really wanted to fight, Chu Tian would not have a chance at all. This was not good. If Chu Xinghe can send me back to my original position with a single sword strike, then what's the point of this trial? Fortunately, the terrain of the trial space had not yet been completed. The 10 of them were unable to move, giving Chu Tian a short period of time to observe. The 10 of them were locked in a large independent cage. The cage was made of metal as thick as an arm, and its surface was covered with runes. Chu Tian wasn't too familiar with this kind of ancient outsider-style array, but he was sure that it should be some kind of protective barrier. When the power of breaking out of the cage reached a certain level, it would activate the barrier on the cage. In other words, it was difficult to break the cage with brute force. The door of the cage was locked by a large black lock. The lock structure was very special. It looked like a Rubik's Cube. To be precise, it was an extremely complicated Rubik's Cube. Each side was 16 times 16, and the shape was irregular. Interesting. Chu Tian stroked his chin as a faint smile appeared on his face. From Feng Katie's notes, Chu Tian already knew the style of this trial. Although the trial was mainly to test one's strength, there were many undecipherable mechanisms within. If the trial challenger had enough wisdom and knowledge, then they could often achieve twice the result with half the effort. In terms of fighting, Chu Tian was not a match for any one of the 4 young masters. But in terms of knowledge, even if the 4 great families worked together, he would not place them in his eyes. Chu Tian continued to observe his surroundings. There was an incomparably large corridor that was at least 30 to 40 feet wide. From a human's point of view, how was this a corridor? It was simply a square. The overall style of the building was rough and grand. It seemed a bit familiar. Chu Tian was a very knowledgeable scholar. He had seen the palaces of the ancient giants in a book before. The style was very similar to the environment of the trial. Thus, he could conclude that this trial space was a simulation of the giant race's architecture. The walls on the left and right sides of the corridor had a large number of arched depressions. In each depression, there was a statue. The statues were 40 to 50 meters tall, and they were all heavily armored guards. Some held spears, some held large swords, and some held giant axes. In any case, they all had different weapons. On each giant guard statue, there was a very complex source energy array system. Chu Tian's brows slightly knit together. Ayaya, this is incredible. He could see his surroundings in his mind, and the entire process had only taken a few seconds. Chu Tian. Yi Tianlang was standing in a cage. His devilishly handsome face was filled with a dark expression as he angrily gritted his teeth like a wild beast. It's time for you to pay a bit of interest for your actions. Luo Xianglong's rough black face also revealed a cold-killing intent. Your strength is so weak, you can deal with those wastes. Do you really think you can participate in the trial just because you have the qualifications? Since you've met us today, you'll stop here. Chu Xinghe did not say a word. He was wearing a white robe with a blue sleeveless jacket. His hair was tied up in a jade crown, and he was wearing a black and gold cloak with a golden treasure sword hanging on his back. That treasure sword was slightly trembling. It was like a suppressed flood dragon that could fly out at any moment. Although he did not say a word, the dangerous aura that Chu Xinghe released was much stronger than those two barking cats and dogs. As soon as there was a chance, Chu Xinghe would make a move first, and those two fellows would not have a chance at all. Yun Yao was wearing a purple and blue cloak. A spirit orb that contained lightning energy slowly revolved around her body. Traces of dazzling lightning caused her hair to turn a deep blue. She said in a cold voice, "The training field is not a place for you to vent your personal grudges." Humph, humph, humph. It's not up to you. Luo Xianglong seemed to be afraid of Yun Yao's thunder spirit bead as he coldly said, "Yun Yao, standing on the wrong side is your biggest mistake. Pay the price for this." "Fuck you." Nangong Yun's temper flared up as she loudly cursed. "Aren't you just relying on your higher cultivation base? If this old lady reaches the illustrious soul realm, I'll beat you like dogs." She was only cursing. Nangong Yun was clear in her heart that her and Chu Tian's strength could not compare to the last of the four young masters, Yun Yao. The main reason was that the difference in cultivation base was too big. Not to mention that the four young masters were all talented people. This kind of gap in strength was hard to cross. Feng Kai-dai was wearing a palace dress. She held the divine wind sword in her hand and said with a frown, "Do you have to be this ruthless? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for yourself? There is no hatred that can't be resolved, so why do you have to go against Chu Tian?" "Young Miss Feng, I respect you as Shunfengho's daughter, so I won't make a move against you." Yi Tianlong's monstrous eyes flashed with a cruel glow. "But you're relying on Shunfengho's power to interfere in a personal grudge. Aren't you meddling too much?" Yi Tianlang had a deep grudge with Chu Tian. Even if he could not kill someone in the trial space and was kicked out of the space, it was still a precious opportunity for him. Even if it was Shunfengho, he could not use this reason to make a move against them, right? Outside Feng Kai-dai, everyone else had been killed. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han all had helpless looks on their faces. "I already said that I didn't want to come, but grandfather forced me in." Yun Xiao had a helpless look on his face. "This is good. I can obtain the Central State Tower's treasure, and I might even be abused. Rather than being beaten to death, I might as well end my own life." Nangong Yun loudly cursed. "Do you have any ambition?" At this time, the entire space began to tremble. Several white beams of light suddenly appeared in front of them and entered their bodies. Then they condensed into a necklace around their necks. There was a white jade token on the necklace that was glowing with a bright glow. The trial token has been activated. The trial token will control the trial's points. The longer the trial survives, the more points they will obtain. The trial's performance in the trial space will give them a chance to obtain extra trial points. The trial has officially begun. A voice sounded in the minds of the 10 people. It was cold and dry, without any emotions. It was as if it was born to explain the rules. The little fox excitedly stretched out its head and pointed its claw at its neck. The little fellow was wearing a miniature jade token on its neck. Was there a problem with the trial space's programming? It was fine if this thing mixed in, but it actually became a trial participant. How did it look like a trial participant? That's good. One more trial. Wouldn't that mean one more prize? Just as the trial began, the surroundings began to tremble violently. The 10 of them could clearly see that the statues on both sides, which normally wouldn't move, were actually trembling. Large cracks appeared on the surface of the stone statues, and a terrifying aura was constantly erupting like a suppressed volcano. This is bad. The stone giants were about to awaken. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Even Chu Xinghe began to knit his brows. The stone giant guard released a strong aura. It seemed like it had reached the peak of the illustrious soul realm, almost reaching the true soul realm. This kind of terrifying existence. Even if it was Chu Xinghe, it would be hard to defeat one of them, not to mention there were so many of them. Once the stone giant guards awakened, what the 10 of them faced was simply a disaster. The most terrifying thing was that the 10 of them were locked in a cage. If they could not escape from the cage in time, they would fall into the hands of the stone giant guards. Sword. Chu Xinghe gave a loud roar. The treasure sword came out of its sheath, and with a dragon's roar, a golden sword glow slashed at the cage. The cage shook a few times, and large amounts of runes appeared around it, forming a strong barrier. It actually absorbed Chu Xinghe's peerless attack. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong attacked the cage with all their strength, but they were blocked by the cage's barrier. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Feng Han were all stunned. These fierce characters were already struggling to break out of the cage. So what chance did they have? With their weak strength, they could only watch as the stone giant came out and smashed them into meat patties. Nangong Yun said in a depressed voice, "Boss, the situation is bad. What do we do?" "What are you panicking for? Don't you have me?" Chu Tian looked at her with a look of disdain. "You're the big sister in the eyes of your lackeys. How could you not have the courage to face a mountain collapsing in front of you?" Nangong Yun spat out. "If it was just jumping in front of me, this old lady wouldn't even bat an eyelid. But the problem is that it's about to hit me. Watch me." Chu Tian calmly walked in front of the cage and picked up the extremely complex cube lock. Shwa, 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 shwa. His hands moved like a phantom. This irregular 16 by 16 super complex cube was quickly moving under Chu Tian's fingers. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Ka 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 ka. After around 3 minutes, the cube let out a complex sound, and all the dents were restored. The entire cube turned into a perfect square, with source energy arrays on all 6 sides that were connected to each other. With a pung sound, the entire cube turned into dust. Chu Tian's jade token lit up, and 2 sounds appeared in his mind. "You have successfully escaped the cage. You have been awarded 5 trial points. You currently have 5 trial points. The cube lock has been successfully unlocked. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 25 trial points." Chu Tian gently pushed, and the cage slowly opened. He casually walked out. When he saw the Chu, Luo, and Yi trio wildly attacking the cage, he gave a laugh. He deliberately walked around the cage of the 3 of them and said with a gaze of pity and ridicule, "Being uneducated is truly terrifying. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on." The three young masters' lungs were about to explode. How did this brat do it? That Rubik's Cube was not an ordinary toy Rubik's Cube. Each square was a rune, and each side was 16 times 16. The magic cube was not like an ordinary magic cube. An ordinary magic cube only needed the same color to be completed. The magic cube had no color. Instead, it arranged the same type of runes on the same side. And these runes were all ancient runes. It was already difficult for an ordinary person to understand one, let alone completely selecting them and classifying and reorganizing them. This kind of complex cube was not something a human could complete. How did he solve it? Nangong Yun excitedly shouted, "Boss, too handsome. Help me open the cage." "Don't be anxious. I'm coming." Chu Tian walked in front of Nangong Yun and went around the iron cage to grab the cube. His hands quickly moved, and the several hundred squares moved. In less than 3 minutes, he had completed it. With a pung sound, the magic cube lock had turned to ashes. A cold voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. "Unlocked the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 45 trial points. Unlock the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 65 trial points. Unlocked the cube. You have been awarded 20 trial points. You currently have 85 trial points." Chu Tian had unlocked 7 cubes and obtained a total of 140 trial points. Yun Yao, Feng Kai Dai, Nangong Yun, and the others had successfully escaped the cage, so they each obtained 5 trial points. Chu Tian had a total of 145 trial points. What kind of concept was this? Chu Tian had looked through the notes of the previous participants. There were some participants that did not even have 100 or 200 trial points at the end of the trial. Chu Tian had obtained them from the very beginning. This was an unimaginable feat. The designer of the trial probably did not expect this kind of thing. The cube was a very difficult challenge. Opening one at a certain time was already very difficult. Not only did it require the wisdom of a great scholar, it also required a very fast calculation ability. Although the Rubik's Cube wasn't some ancient puzzle, there were only a few people who had been able to solve it in the past thousands of years. So there was a reward of 20 trial points. The designer of the trial would never have thought that there would be a person that could not only open their own cube, but would also have enough time to help others open their cube and use this method to obtain trial points. Chu Tian was this kind of monstrous talent. Opening 7 cubes was as simple as drinking water to him. Chu Tian took out the jade token on his chest and looked at it. There were a few ancient numbers floating on the jade token, which was 145. Even if Chu Xinghe jumped out and killed Chu Tian, with a single slash, Chu Tian could use his 145 trial points to exchange for several good elixirs. No matter what, he would not return empty-handed. Being cultured was being willful. Chapter 168. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, and Yi Tianlang were all stunned. What was happening? This bastard was cheating. Otherwise, how could this happen? Weren't you all very arrogant? Come out of the cage, now. Nangong Yun made a face at the 3 of them, revealing a provocative look. Yun Xiao muttered, "Let them continue to attack the cage. Let's quickly leave." If the cage was broken, it would truly be a tragedy. The 3 of them had high cultivations, and the cage was very hard to trap them for a long time, so they did not have much time left. They had to leave as soon as possible. "What are you in a rush for?" Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a crafty light as he revealed his signature bad smile. "If we leave, wouldn't the 3 of them be lonely? How about we find a few companions and have fun with them?" Everyone was confused. What did this mean? Where did these companions come from? It's them. Chu Tian pointed at the surrounding stone giant guards that were slowly releasing their seals. Everyone attacked these fellows together and helped them break their seals. So it was like this. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was too bad. But these fellows were this arrogant. They deserved this kind of treatment. Go! Yun Yao decisively threw out the Thunder Spirit Bead. The Thunder Spirit Bead was covered in intense lightning, and countless lightning snakes shot out, crazily attacking the stone giant that was breaking the seal. Large pieces of stone continued to fall from the stone giant's body. The other 6 were not idle as they began to attack the stone giant on the other side. When the stone giant was attacked, the speed at which the stone giant broke its body increased, and the speed at which it broke the seal increased. They're about to wake up. Run! The stone giant was a terrifying existence at the peak of the illustrious soul realm, with a destructive might that reached the true soul realm. In other words, the stone giant's attack was around the same level as Yun Tianhe and Chun Bingyu. Any one of them was enough to kill them all. So how could they dare to stay? After working together to bombard the rock giant, causing it to speed up the sealing process, the 7 of them ran away like a wisp of smoke. Damn! Luo Xianglong's eyes popped out as he angrily roared into the sky. Yi Tianlang was so angry that he vomited blood. This guy actually escaped again. At this moment, a terrifying aura filled the air, and the 2 stone giants that were blasted slowly stood up from the wall. Monstrous killing intent surged out, and a low and furious roar enveloped the entire space. Countless gravel shot out from its body and fell to the ground like raindrops. The scene was like a landslide. Not good. The 2 giants were completely resurrected. The 2 behemoths were almost 50 meters tall. In front of them, the tiny human was not even the size of a toe. He was as small as a lowly bug. After the seals on the 2 giants were completely undone, they revealed their incomparably thick full-body armor, which emitted a metallic luster. Their incomparably huge bodies were almost wrapped up like iron cans. In the completely sealed peephole, only 2 glowing blue eyes could be seen. Trespassing into the forbidden area. Die! A terrifying sound wave erupted out majestically. Even with Luo Xianglong's and Yi Tianlang's cultivations, they were still shaken to the point where their blood began to boil. These giants were just too terrifying. The 2 giant guards roared and stood out from the walls on both sides. They each held a long battle axe in their hands and swung it high. A hurricane brewed on the blades of the axes as they chopped towards the 3 cages on the ground. Luo Xianglong's and Yi Tianlang's expressions changed. If these axes were to fall, the people and cages would be crushed. After all, this was an attack close to the true soul realm. No matter how amazing the 4 young masters were, how could they block it? It was a moment of life and death. Sword and tent dragon, break! Chu Xinghe gave a sharp roar, and the sword in his hand turned into a wild golden flood dragon. It spun at high speeds as it slammed into the cages, creating a hole in them. Go! Chu Xinghe's hands formed a sword seal. That sword nimbly turned in the air. It actually split into 2 in the air, then into 4, then into 8, and finally into 16 golden swords. A soaring sword intent surged in this part of the world. Yi Tianlang and Luo Jinshe revealed serious expressions. This is the imperial sword art. The several dozen swords turned into several streaks of golden light that surrounded the giants. When the 2 giants raised their axes, a peerless attack was about to fall. Cut! Chu Xinghe's hands came together. The golden swords released a bright glow that turned into a sharp golden sword glow. The 2 swords slashed at the giant's feet, cutting off the giant's tendons. Several more swords charged forward, turning into golden lights that slammed into the giant's chest. Pung! A terrifying sound rang out. The giant's chest was pierced through by Chu Xinghe's sword. These giants had very strong defenses, and their realms were much higher than Chu Xinghe's. Even in this kind of situation, Chu Xinghe was still able to pierce through them with a single slash. From this, one could see how powerful his attack was. The giant's body tilted. It almost fell down. The giant axes also changed direction and landed around the 3 cages. The fierce shockwave hit the cages and immediately weakened the seals and barriers on them. Good chance. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang attacked the cages at the same time. The cage finally couldn't withstand the force from the inside and outside, and it completely exploded. Kill! Luo Xianglong stomped on the ground, and his dark golden hair wildly danced. He was like an angry beast king as yellow spirit energy surrounded his body, finally forming the image of a giant beast. This beast was half dragon and half tiger. It had a long and narrow body that was covered in dragon scales, but it had the head of a tiger and 4 thick tiger claws. It was like a combination of dragon and tiger, giving it a very powerful aura. Lion-tiger dual phase. Luo Xianglong soared into the sky. One of his hands turned into the head of a lion, and the other into the head of a tiger. Like a wild storm, he attacked the giant's body from the abdomen to the chest, and then from the chest to the head. In just a few seconds, he had thrown out over 100 punches. Every punch caused the giant's thick armor to cave in. Luo Xianglong was like a wild dragon that soared into the sky. Then he fell down like a cannonball, smashing into the giant's head. Dragon-tiger fall. A circular wave of air first spread out, followed by a loud explosion. The giant's huge body, which was kneeling on the ground, actually crushed the solid floor. The powerful force caused by this attack could be seen from this. Demon wolf transformation. Demon body transformation. Demon wolf prey. Yi Tianlang turned into dozens of wolves that continued to attack the giant's body. Finally, he sent out a fierce attack that caused the giant's 1,000-ton body to take 2 steps back. The 2 giants shook their heads and slowly stood up again. The injury to their tendons had already healed. The armor that was dented by Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang's attacks was now bulging up and returning to its original state. Only Chu Xinghe's piercing attack could not be healed by the armored giants for the time being. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong were both shocked. These giants were too strong. Even with their strength, it was impossible for them to defeat any one of them. There were at least hundreds of giant guards in this corridor, and if all of them were to wake up, it would be a disaster. Trespassing into the forbidden area. Die! The 2 giants once again raised their giant axes and slashed down at the 3 of them. Before the attack even arrived, a terrifying pressure filled the entire space, making it impossible for them to dodge. A light flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes. His hands formed a sword seal. 16 golden treasured swords floated in the air and turned into an incomparably nimble golden thread. They circled around the giant's legs and climbed up, continuously cutting at the giant's leg muscles. The 2 giants instantly lost their balance. Another treasure sword quickly flew out and passed by the giant's wrists. One of the giants lost its balance, and the axe it swung deviated, slamming into the giant's body. Hung! This attack was too strong. The 3 young masters were sent flying several meters by the strong astral wind. The giant's chest was completely broken, and the light in its eyes slowly disappeared. Finally, its body turned to stone again, and it turned into a giant statue. When the giant pulled the axe out of its chest, the giant, which had turned back into a statue, instantly shattered and turned into a huge pile of rubble. You have killed 1 giant puppet. You have obtained 5 trial points. You currently have 10 trial points. A voice appeared in Chu Xinghe's mind. Yi Tianlang and Luo Xianglong revealed a look of shock. He was truly worthy of being Chu Xinghe. The giant guard was strong, but it was still a puppet. It did not have a high level of benevolence, and its movement speed was relatively slow. It was impossible for the three of them to directly defeat the giant, but Chu Xinghe had used a method of luring the giant to attack the other giant, using the giant's strength to destroy the giant. Of course, this seemed easy, but it was actually very hard to do. The sword technique Chu Xinghe had just used was not the Chu family's sole sword secret art, but rather the ancient imperial sword technique that he had obtained from a sword cultivator's inheritance. What was the imperial sword technique? Using one's will to control the sword, killing enemies 1,000 miles away. This was a very ancient and powerful sword technique. The sword was like an extension of his arm to Chu Xinghe. Even if it left his body, he could still control it to attack. There's still one. Kill it. As long as we kill this one blocking the way, I'll be able to catch up and take care of those bastards. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang hated Chu Xinghe's group to the bone. With this giant blocking the way, the two of them did not dare to easily cross it. Chu Xinghe knit his brows and said, "With the strength of the three of us, how could it be easy to defeat this kind of existence? Don't waste too much spirit energy here. We'll go the other way." Yi Tianlang angrily roared out with unwillingness, "Are we going to let them go?" Chu Xinghe coldly said, "Since we're all in the giant's labyrinth, we'll meet them sooner or later. The other giants are about to awaken, so if we don't want to be killed, we'll immediately retreat." Actually, Chu Xinghe did not think that with their strength, they would be able to survive in this trial space. To chase after a few pieces of trash and place themselves in danger, that was clearly an irrational action. There were several hundred giants in the surrounding corridors. If these giants were to wake up, then the difficulty of escaping would increase by more than 10 times. So what if the three of them could go around the giant in front of them? This giant would definitely chase after the three of them. Moreover, with Chu Tian's craftiness, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't wake up more giants along the way. At that time, the three of them would be caught in a pincer attack. When all the giants woke up, the three of them would face a disaster. Good, let's go. Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang were not ordinary people. Although they were unwilling, they did not let their anger get to their heads. The three of them immediately ran in the opposite direction. This corridor was too long, and there were giants constantly waking up on both sides. The speed at which these giants woke up was different, and there were some that woke up earlier, posing a serious threat to the three of them. Chu Xinghe glanced around as if he had discovered something. The treasure sword flew through the air through the ruins of the armored giants and brought out several things. A map, a key. Chu Xinghe opened the map. This map had the entire giant's labyrinth on it, but it was written in ancient words, so Chu Xinghe could not understand it. But with a map, it was much more convenient. The three of them did not stop and quickly ran in the opposite direction. Too bad. This was the true meaning of the trial field. When a cultivator entered the trial field, they could not fight with a true soul realm giant. Even if their cultivation was at the true soul realm, it would be very hard to kill the giants in one move. Because the giants were too big, it was very hard to deal fatal attacks. The giants also had the ability to recover, so as long as a single attack did not kill the giant would recover in a short period of time. Wanting to survive in this kind of environment was too hard. Right now was the lowest level of difficulty. Once the trial space's environment was activated, it would not remain the same forever. Instead, it would continue to worsen over time. Eventually, more and more giants and monsters would awaken, and the traps would be activated more frequently. Even the monsters in the trial space would become more and more powerful as time passed. In the end, the giants might surpass the true soul realm, and their movements would not be as slow as they were now. They would move as if they were flying, and their moves would become richer. Some of them even had peerless techniques that could not be defended against. Other than that, there would be countless existences that were 10 times stronger than the giants. In short, the environment would continue to worsen until the cultivators could not hold on anymore. Chapter 169. Chu Tian led the 6 of them forward at full speed. The corridor is too long, we won't be able to leave for a while. Yun Xiao shouted as he ran. Those fellows won't take this chance to catch up, right? They won't, Chu Tian said with certainty. They will definitely go in another direction. Don't waste time. We need to move faster. Otherwise we'll be in big trouble. The 7 of them circulated their spirit energy to the limit, and their bodies were covered in a glow of spirit energy. They rushed through the corridor as fast as they could, but they were still too slow. Dong, 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 dong. There was a series of earth-shaking footsteps. An incomparably burly armored giant slowly stood up in front of them. His entire body was covered in pitch-black armor, like a huge iron can. The T-shaped gap of the sealed helmet emitted a bluish-white light, and he held a long-handled hammer in both hands. Nangong Yun cried out in shock. There really is such a big person in this world. Feng Kai-dai, Yun Xiao, and the others were all stunned. This was too shocking. It simply surpassed the limits of a human's imagination. Who had ever seen a person that was as big as a giant dragon? Even the heaviest ship in Central State City's docks could not compare to this. It was the size of several houses, and a single finger was thicker than a person's thigh. Just by standing in front of it, they could feel a suffocating pressure. The giant's body was covered in cold and heavy armor that was at least several hundred tons in weight. If it was melted down, it would be enough to create an army of weapons. How do we fight like this? Yun Xiao loudly shouted. His fart can send us flying into the sky, and his but can kill us all. This was not an exaggeration. This giant was over 1,000 tons in weight. If Mount Tai came crashing down, even a 4th awakened soul layer cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Not to mention the fact that the giant itself was very strong. From all 4 sides of the arch, large hands reached out. There were even more giants awakening, and this place would soon be surrounded by giant guards. This was the first time Lin Mu, Feng Han, and Feng Kai-dai had participated in the trial for the first time. Their faces were all pale at this moment. This was the Central State trial. The difficulty was simply too great. It hadn't even been half an hour since the Mystic Realm had opened, and it was already difficult to survive. It was truly a mystery how some people in the past had managed to survive for more than 100 hours in the Mystic Realm. This was Yun Yao's second time participating in the secret territory. Although this time's difficulty was unusually high, Yun Yao was still relatively calm among the crowd. Everyone, don't panic. It's impossible for a trial like this to leave no room for survival in the first place. Although this giant is very powerful, it's currently very slow. As long as you don't touch it, there's a chance you can avoid it. Indeed, Chu Tian solved the Rubik's Cube lock at a godly speed, and the 7 of them left the cage in time. Even under such circumstances, they still encountered a giant guard holding a giant hammer. The trial wouldn't force people into a dead end right from the start. Then there was only one possibility. The giant hammer giant was an escape test set in the trial. No matter how fast you escaped, you would definitely encounter this giant. The only way to escape was through the giant hammer giant. Trespassing into the forbidden area. A wave of sound waves rolled out. The surrounding walls trembled, and the dust on the ground was blown into the air. The visibility was greatly reduced. They could only see an armored giant holding an incomparably thick giant hammer, taking a shocking step forward. A wild energy that could be seen with the naked eye was gathering on the hammer. Everyone felt their chests become heavy as their blood surged. They were simply unable to breathe, but their hearts relaxed. As expected, it wasn't fast enough. Whether it was the ability to move or gather energy, it was very slow. This meant that they had enough time to react. Wild lightning gathered in the thunder spirit bead. The thunder spirit bead turned into a giant bolt of lightning that slammed into the giant's head. Sparks flew, and even the helmet began to melt. Nangong was filled with joy. Its head has exploded. It's dead. Yun Yao was truly worthy of being in the fourth awakened soul layer. Her destructive power was not something the other six could compare to. The Thunder Source Spirit's destructive power was very strong, and adding in the Thunder Spirit beads effect, the destructive power of her attack was even stronger than Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlong's full strength attacks. The giant was hit by this fierce attack and was forced back a few steps, but it did not fall. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. This isn't right. Be careful. Half of the armored giant's head had been blown to pieces, but it seemed like nothing had happened. The giant hammer continued to fall and hit the ground in front of it. A terrifying shockwave was released. The entire floor began to crack. That terrifying shockwave covered the sky and swallowed the seven of them. Chu Tian and Nangong Yun's starlight crystals began to crack, almost completely shattering. Foam Kai-Dai, Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han all spat out blood from the shockwave. Yun Yao's cultivation was deep, but she had used her spirit energy to attack, so she was caught off guard and was injured. This fellow was too strong. Although the hammer had missed, just the shockwave alone had almost killed them. Yun Xiao climbed up with great difficulty, but his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. He couldn't help thinking, if his elder sister had not forced the giant back a step and the giant hammer had smashed down, what would have happened? Just the shockwave alone would have been enough to kill half of the people here. This cold and silent armored giant slowly raised the giant hammer again. A pair of emotionless eyes stared at the tiny humans as the part of its head that had been hit by the thunder spirit bead began to heal. It seemed like it did not care about this bit of damage at all. That surging energy began to condense. Quickly run. How could they not run? This fellow's skin was very thick. Even Yun Yao could not do anything to it. The others might not even be able to break through its defense. The seven of them passed through the giant's feet and quickly escaped from the giant's side. It was a good thing that the giant was very slow, so it condensed energy very slowly. When the giant slowly turned around, the seven of them had already run over 20 feet away. Hung, the heaven-shaking giant hammer slammed down once again. An incomparably strong shockwave was sent out. Fuck! How can we live? This trial is too abnormal. The shockwave caught up in an instant, and a violent thrust came from behind. The seven of them were like insects in a gale, and they were instantly blown high into the air. After crossing a distance of several dozen meters, they fell in a mess in the corridor. Because they were far away, the shockwave still caused quite a bit of damage. The armored giant silently raised the giant hammer. It was like an ice-cold killing machine, without pity or emotion. If one attack didn't kill them, then it would attack twice. If two attacks didn't kill them, then it would attack 3 times until they died. The meaning of its existence, it was like this. It's chasing us again. Quickly run. The seven of them continued to run. The armored giant raised the giant hammer and chased after them. Every time the giant hammer fell, it meant that a terrifying storm would erupt. The seven of them were blown away again and again, but they quickly crawled back up and continued to run. This won't do. We'll be caught. My bones are broken. I can't run anymore. Chu Tian picked up Yun Xiao, who had a broken leg, and continued to run. But running like this was not a solution. There were already several people who were heavily injured, so it was impossible for them to block the giant's attacks. A light flashed in his eyes. Fang Han, freeze the ground. Fang Han revealed a look of understanding. He released his ice giant source spirit, and wherever it went, a thick and smooth layer of ice would form on the ground. The giant carrying the sledgehammer caught up, but when his iron boots stepped on the solid ice, he immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground with a loud bang, as if a mountain of gold and jade had been toppled over. This is a good chance. Quickly, quickly, quickly run. This was bullying the giant's low intelligence. Chu Tian could only think of this method in terms of destructive might. It was already close to the true soul realm. Every time it released a shock wave, the 7 of them would be in a sorry state. If they were hit by this hammer, they would be instantly wiped out. No matter how heaven-defying Chu Tian's knowledge was, there was nothing he could do against such a giant wearing a lump of iron, especially in the case of a battle. Fang Han ran while creating a smooth mirror of ice on the ground. Before the giant could even take 2 steps, it fell down again. After falling down a few times, the 7 of them had already disappeared without a trace. Damn, we've escaped with our lives. Yun Xiao held onto a pillar and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the ground. He began to violently cough. It hurt so much, my lungs might have already been broken into pieces. Feng, Katie's jade face, was also pale. She covered her mouth as she coughed, and blood flowed out from between her fingers. It was clear that she had suffered a heavy internal injury. Lin Mu and Fang Han were not any better than Yun Xiao. They did not even have the strength to run. Yun Yao revealed a serious frown. This year's trial is much harder than last year's. Only Yun Yao, who had a high cultivation base, and Nangong, Yun, and Chu Tian, who had a strong defense, had not suffered any serious injuries. This was all because they had been lucky. This giant looked stupid, slow, and rigid. Otherwise, no one would have been able to walk out alive. With my current condition, I'm afraid I can't walk anymore. Feng Kaidai clutched her chest and revealed a painful expression. I don't want to drag you down. Don't worry about me. Chu Tian knit his brows. This was not good. The problem was that they had all suffered serious internal injuries, so it was impossible for them to escape from the fierce pursuit. The most terrifying thing was that the trial had just begun. When they met the giant again, they would be even faster and have higher intelligence. They would even have martial arts and cultivation techniques. With several heavily injured people, how could they continue? Chu Tian took out the jade bottle from his chest. This was the life bottle from the ancient tomb, and it could automatically store life essence water. It could quickly heal their injuries, but there were too many injured people, and a single bottle of life essence water was not enough. Yun Xiao said with a bitter expression, I don't want to play anymore. This is not a place for people to stay. Old sister, elder sister, boss, you 3 don't need to care about me. You can walk by yourselves. Yun Yao gave a bitter laugh. This couldn't be blamed on him. It was because this trial was too abnormal. Lin Mu suddenly said, I have a way to heal myself. Stand by my side. Fang Han walked to Lin Mu's side first. Yun Xiao and Feng Kaidai were stunned for a few seconds before they took the initiative to stand by him. Lin Mu suddenly released his spirit energy, and a giant willow tree grew from behind him. There was a green light that was like a drizzle that covered the injured people. An incredible scene occurred. The 4 of them felt their injuries quickly turn for the better. Lin Mu's willow tree source spirit went from being filled with vitality to quickly withering away. After the 4 of them were healed, the entire willow tree became dry and bare. Yun Xiao said in a surprised voice, "Old brother, you're not bad. This source spirit can even heal injuries." "It's not healing, it's just absorbing damage." Lin Mu had consumed a lot of spirit energy, and his head was covered in sweat as he stood on the bare willow tree. He gave a bitter smile and said, "My source spirit has been temporarily crippled, so I won't be able to use it for 4 hours. Everyone, try not to get injured during this time." They couldn't be injured for 4 hours? This would be very hard to achieve. A furry little head popped out from Chu Tian's clothes. It pointed to the left with a claw and let out a warning sound. "There's a situation." A large group of black things surged out from the inside. Looking over, there were around 50-80 of them. These fellows were not large giants, but each of them was more than 3 meters tall, more than 3 times the size of a human. They only wore a pair of shorts and were bare-chested. In their hands were hammers, long blades, and other weapons. Some of them were even holding crossbows. They aggressively pounced on the group of people. "It's a cyclops." There were too many of these strange people. It was simply a small army. They moved very quickly, like hungry wolves charging at their prey. Chapter 170. These one-eyed humanoid monsters had reddish-brown skin that had a rough, rock-like texture. Their muscles were tight, and they were incomparably strong. Their lower bodies were covered in an apron-like metal armor, and their large feet only had 3 toes. Most of them had weapons in their hands. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, these creatures had been extinct for over 10,000 years. Cyclopes, also known as cave dwellers, were half intelligent and half wild beasts. Their intelligence was very low, but they had a special ability. Because of their cruel nature, their attacks were very strong. Chu Tian shouted, "Be careful of their eyes." It was too late. The Cyclops' eyes released a strong cold glow. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao were prepared to fight back, but they were suddenly hit by this cold light. They felt a spiritual energy enter their brains, making their bodies turn stiff. It was like they were petrified, unable to move. "This is bad. I can't move." This was a kind of innate skill of the Cyclopes. They could release a numbing light, but this numbing effect did not come from their body. It used spiritual energy to numb their limbs, making them lose control of their body. However, this spiritual energy was transmitted through the light. If they closed their eyes and didn't look at the light, they wouldn't be numbed. There was no other way. They could only fight. The little fox spat out a scarlet red needle that pierced through the Cyclopes' heads, killing one of them on the spot. The netherworld sword was covered in blue and white flames as it suddenly turned into a burning sword glow that stabbed at the Cyclops. It immediately cut off one of the Cyclops' heads. There were many Cyclopes, but their strength was average. They had the destructive power of a triple awakened soul. Because they didn't have any cultivation techniques, they could only fight with their innate skills, so their battle strength wasn't that strong. So, a Cyclopes shot an arrow at him. Dang! This strong arrow hit Chu Tian's shoulder, forcing Chu Tian out of his invisible state. The Cyclopes' eyes were very special. Not only could they release special attacks, they could also see through illusion techniques. With Chu Tian's cultivation, it was hard for him to hide from the Cyclopes' eyes. It was a good thing he had the starlight immortal body. Otherwise, Chu Tian would have been heavily injured. 2 more Cyclopes charged at him, and Chu Tian quickly raised his sword to block them. The moment he swung his hammer down, the ground around him caved in. Fortunately, it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Otherwise, the 2 hammers would have broken it. Get lost! The demon god's sword source spirit soared into the sky, and the ferocious aura forced the giants back 2 steps. The sword glow increased by several times, and it slashed out in a circle, sending two Cyclopes' heads flying. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao gradually regained their senses. "Let's go together." Nangong Yun relied on the starlight immortal body and closed her eyes as she charged forward. She was like an angry fireball as she knocked over 3-4 Cyclopes. She lifted a 2-ton Cyclopes with both hands and threw them several meters away, creating a large hole in the ground. Yun Yao and Feng Katie's attacks were far away, so they covered the two of them from afar. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Feng Han were the weaker ones, so they did not dare charge forward to fight the fierce Cyclopes. They could only guard Yun Xiao and Feng Katie's side, blocking the Cyclopes' arrows for them. When a Cyclopes managed to escape, the 3 of them would charge forward to take care of them. The 7 of them fought against 10 times the number of Cyclopes. Although they fought with all their strength, they still managed to hold on. At this time, from the tunnel in front of them came the roars of Cyclopes. Several dozen Cyclopes charged forward like hungry wolves, preparing to join the battle. Nangong Yun knocked down a Cyclops and sat on its body, smashing its head into mush. A gust of wind blew as a hammer smashed into Nangong Yun's back. The starlight glass shattered, and Nangong Yun was sent flying several meters away. 4-5 Cyclopes charged forward, but large amounts of sword chi and lightning shot out, causing the Cyclopes to cry out. Nangong Yun took this chance to jump up. The starlight immortal body had mostly recovered, and she kicked out, sending a Cyclopes' head flying into its chest. "We can't kill them all. There are too many." When she saw the Cyclopes' reinforcements arrive, she revealed a helpless look. These Cyclopes were too strong, and the 7 of them had a hard time dealing with 10 times their numbers. Now that a large group had appeared, how could they deal with them? But there was no way out. The left and right sides were surrounded by Cyclopes, and they couldn't go through the back corridor. There were giant guards there, and each one was 100 times stronger than the Cyclopes. Ji, the little fox stood up, and with a leap, it turned into a gray mist in the air, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same time, the little fox appeared in front of the Cyclopes that had come to support them. Its 4 claws were on the head of the Cyclopes. The Cyclopes gave a wild roar as it slapped the little fox. In the end, it slapped its face and knocked itself to the ground. The little fox had already turned into a gray mist and disappeared. It appeared on the face of the second Cyclopes and used its claws to stab at its eye. Ayo! The Cyclopes were enraged and slammed their hammers at it. Pa! Blood flowed from their heads. Another Cyclopes knocked itself to the ground. The little fox used a strange movement technique and teased all of the Cyclopes. This time the Cyclopes were all enraged, and they all stood up with blood flowing from their heads. They raised their weapons and chased after the little fox. Ji. The little fox brought the large group of Cyclopes and danced around in the open area while waving its hands at Chu Tian, telling Chu Tian to hurry up. Chu Tian laughed. "Little fellow, you're quite something. Help me hold on for a minute." The others never thought that a normal little fox would be able to stall several Cyclopes at this critical moment, giving the 7 of them precious time to catch their breath. It was all thanks to the Cyclopes' low intelligence and wild temperament. Otherwise, anyone with a bit of a brain would not have been attracted by this little thing. Chu Tian and Nangong Yun charged through the Cyclopes. Feng Kaidai and Yun Yao attacked from afar, while Yun Zhao's group of 3 supported them. The Cyclopes fell to the ground one by one, and the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They worked together to take care of the remaining Cyclopes. At this time, the Cyclopes that were dancing with the little fox were already bleeding from their heads and heavily injured. What made them not know whether to laugh or cry was that these injuries were caused by each other, and some were caused by themselves. "Let's go." After a few more rounds of attacks, the Cyclopes were all lying on the ground. Eliminate the giant labor team. You have been awarded 3 trial points. You currently have 148 trial points. Eliminate the giant labor team. You have been awarded 2 trial points. You currently have 150 trial points. On the trial necklaces, on everyone's chests, the glowing numbers began to move, and they all increased by a few points. The 2 Cyclopes were completely eliminated. Chu Tian obtained 5 trial points. Nangong Yun obtained 4. Yun Yao and Feng Kaidai each obtained 3, and Yun Zhao's group of 3 each obtained 2 points. Stingy, a magic cube, still gave 20 points. Of course, to the trial designer, the difficulty of solving a Rubik's Cube was probably much higher than defeating an armored giant. One's actions and performance in this trial could be rewarded, and the rewards were directly linked to the difficulty. Yun Xiao suddenly said in a surprised voice, "Look, the Cyclopes' corpses have disappeared." The Cyclopes on the ground became transparent one by one, and all of them disappeared without a trace. This was not strange at all. In this trial space, it was impossible for everything to be real. It was a combination of illusion and matter. The Cyclopes and the giant guards were all simulated by the trial's illusion array. They seemed to have left something behind. Yun Xiao walked over to where the Cyclopes had disappeared and picked up a bronze key. "There's also one here." Nangong Yun was in the middle of the second wave of Cyclopes, and she also picked up a bronze key. Yun Yao was not surprised and explained, "It's just spoils of war. After a battle in the trial space, there is a chance of obtaining spoils of war. It could be elixirs, weapons, or even items that can be used in the trial space." "What use does this key have?" "There will be treasure chests in the trial space, and the key can open the treasure chest of the corresponding quality." Nangong Yun held the key with a curious expression. This sounded a bit interesting. She never thought that the trial tower designer would have a talent for entertainment. "We can't stay here for long. Let's quickly leave." There were 2 paths to choose from. One was the place where large amounts of giant labor appeared, and the other was a place where they did not know the situation at all. After a simple discussion, they decided that they should go to the passage where the Cyclopes appeared. The Cyclopes were very fierce, but it was not impossible to fight against them. The Cyclopes were called giant labor in the trial space. So in this trial space, the Cyclopes were the lowest level monsters. There was no safe place in the trial space, and there were too many unknown paths, so it was better to go to the giant laborer's nest. After walking through the long corridor, a giant palace appeared in front of them. The size of this palace was around the same as the Central State City Square. There were all kinds of stones and wood scattered all over the ground. There were several hundred Cyclopes currently moving materials to the center, as if they were building a tower. The tower was already half completed. When Chu Tian looked over, he suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Starlight stones. There are actually several large pieces of starlight stones embedded in the top of the tower. Nangong, you noticed that there were several gems at the top of the tower that were glowing with starlight. Nangong Yun was very familiar with this kind of starlight energy because it could be extracted from meteor grass. Only the starlight energy extracted from the meteor grass was very weak. This starlight stone's starlight energy is equivalent to 100,000 pieces of meteor grass. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. This thing can allow our starlight immortal body to evolve from the small success glass body to the diamond body. Nangong Yun's body trembled. If it was like this, then these gems were priceless treasures to them. Even if they did not obtain anything from this trial, just these starlight stones would make this trip worth it. Chapter 171. Several hundred giant laborers were wearing apron-like armor, carrying large pieces of fine iron and wood. Some were breaking stones, some were chopping wood, and some were hammering against each other. It was bustling with activity, completely not noticing the intruder that was sneaking into the main hall. The copper lamp was dim, and the starlight stone was suspended high in the tower, but it was enough to illuminate the entire main hall. There were many giant laborers here, and it would be very troublesome if they fought, so they had to be careful when taking the starlight stone. The little fox volunteered itself to ask Chu Tian for help. Chu Tian was skeptical. "You can do it." The little fox proudly raised its head. To this smart fox, this was a piece of cake. Then its sparkling eyes flashed a few times, and it rubbed its claws a few times. Then it pointed at its mouth, revealing a look of anticipation. Nan Gongyun could not understand at all. What is it saying? It's almost finished eating. It's saying that if we do this, we'll give it more. It even knew how to discuss conditions with its master. The little fox's intelligence was very incredible. "Relax." Chu Tian rubbed the little fellow's furry head. "When have I mistreated you?" The little fox rolled, its eyes like a human. Yun Xiao said from the side, "Boss, it seems like you're not good to it normally." "Bullshit." Chu Tian turned his head to look at him. "Do you think this little thing is easy to raise? Father's savings have all been eaten by it." They had brought back a large amount of corpse cores from the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. But what was the result? There were only 2 left. There was no lack of corpse cores from a 1,000-year-old corpse monster. That was a terrifying existence that surpassed the awakened soul realm. A single corpse monster's corpse core was very expensive, and other than the ones that were given to the Flame Ghost Brothers, the rest had all entered this fellow's stomach. Who knew what kind of creature this fellow was? No matter what it ate, it only ate and didn't poop. Chu Tian tapped the little fox's head. "Quickly go." The little fox let out 2 woo sounds and suddenly jumped out. It turned into a gray fog and disappeared from Chu Tian's hand. It instantly traveled 100 meters and landed on the ground. With another jump, it turned into a gray fog and traveled another 100 meters. Yun Yao and the others were shocked. It's simply teleportation. Its battle strength isn't that great, but its movement technique is very strong. What was the use of the little fox? Chu Tian was confused. The little fox's battle strength was close to 0. Other than picking up a needle and launching sneak attacks, it had no battle value at all. However, the little fox's perception was very strong. There were many fluctuations and energies that even Chu Tian couldn't sense, but the little fox could sense them in time. Other than that, although the little fox was born with an extremely mean and evil nature, it was the nemesis of evil and demons. When he fought with demonic cultivators because it could restrain demonic arts, it was of some help to Chu Tian. The little fox stared at the laborer's big round eye. The laborer had just been carrying a piece of iron. So how could he have expected to encounter such a sinister sneak attack? He cried out and subconsciously covered his eyes. When he loosened his grip, the falling piece of iron smashed into his feet. He jumped up and down in pain, and his comical appearance was like he was dancing. The second, the third, the fourth, the little fox aimed at their eyes and passed by several cyclopes in a short period of time. Each person was hit, and the several cyclopes all cried out, "Roar, roar, roar." How could these violent cyclopes tolerate such an arrogant little fellow? They all put down what they were doing and angrily gathered. The little fox saw that the situation was bad and ran away. Then, several 100 large and strong humanoid monsters formed a long line. They held giant hammers and large blades in their hands as they charged forward with killing intent. They were chasing after a little fox that was not even as big as a rabbit. The little fox ran away while waving its claws at Chu Tian. "The giants have been led away. Let's go." Chu Tian jumped onto the high tower to grab the starlight stones. Not bad. There were 6 or 7 of them, easily obtaining them. He never thought that it would be this smooth. Let's quickly escape. At this time, an angry roar rang out. Their expressions changed. What? There are still fish that escaped the net. From behind the high tower, 2 cold beams of light shot out. Nangong Yun and Chu Tian quickly dodged, and 2 large holes appeared in the ground. 2 cyclopes that stood out from the rest rushed out. Their bodies were clearly more muscular, and they wore very thick armor. Their weapons and equipment were also of superior quality. Both of them had thick and long wolf fang meteor hammers. Yun Xiao knit his brows and said, "Such a strong aura. They should be at the illustrious Soul Realm. Their realms are definitely higher than mine." Roar. Their skin turned scarlet red like they were using a wild cultivation technique. With a stomp of their right feet, the ground caved in and they turned into a blur as they charged forward. Their speed did not match their large bodies at all. "So fast. We can't run away." Yun Yao's thunder spirit bead flashed, and electricity surged around her, surrounding her in defense. The cyclopes touched the electricity and were immediately blown away. When Chu Tian raised his sword to attack, a meteor hammer flew over. That meteor hammer was also covered in a scarlet-red glow. Just like a powerful artillery shell, it slammed into Chu Tian's body. Hung. The air shook before the meteor hammer hit Chu Tian. A visible shockwave sent Chu Tian flying. Not to mention other people, even Yun Yao at the 4th awakened soul layer could not block this kind of attack. The Netherworld sword absorbed a portion of the damage, but most of it still landed. Chu Tian's starlight glaze was shattered inch by inch. He felt like several of his bones had been broken. He was sent flying and rolled a dozen meters away. He was in an extremely sorry state. "Are you all right?" "I won't die. Be careful." Chu Tian clutched his chest as he stood up. "They are using shockwave attacks." Yun Yao used the thunder spirit bead to block them 10 meters away. "Don't let any attacks get within 10 meters of you. It's over if you're hit." The might of the 2 cyclopes could instantly kill anyone here. Chu Tian was lucky that he was not killed. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the trial tower. "You guys support me." Yun Yao had the highest cultivation and the strongest battle strength here. This kind of illustrious soul, realm monster. Of course, she had to make a move. Otherwise, Nangong Yun would not be able to do it. Nangong Yun and Chu Tian would deal with the triple awakened soul target. No matter how strong this target was, they were confident they could fight it. The 4th awakened soul layer and the triple awakened soul. On the surface, there was only a single level difference, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Lightning. Yun Yao called out 10,000 streaks of purple lightning. The other cyclopes waved the meteor hammer, and when it was about to attack them, Yun Yao suddenly threw the thunder spirit bead high into the air and slammed her palm onto the thunder spirit bead. The bead was filled with powerful lightning, and it shot out like a meteor. Hung. The thunder spirit bead and the meteor hammer collided. A purple electric current flowed through the chains of the meteor hammer and directly entered the cyclope's body. A terrifying wave of lightning was released, and the cyclope's body exploded, flying several meters away. Yun Yao's cultivation talent was not weak, and she had been trained by the Yun family for a long time, so there were few people who could match her in the same realm, adding in the thunder spirit bead's power. This attack was enough to heavily injure the cyclopes. The other cyclopes counterattacked. Lin Mu and Fang Han made a move at the same time. One summoned a tree root from the ground and quickly bound the cyclopes, while the other summoned a cold wave to freeze the cyclope's body. Although their cultivations were too high and it was impossible to control them, they could still restrain them for a while. Nangong Yun took this chance to charge forward and kick the cyclope's chest armor to pieces. The Cyclopes flew out like a ball. Yunyao took this chance to call back the Thunder Spirit bead. Gathering her strength, she circled around her and shot it at the Cyclopes again. Another Cyclopes fell to the ground. This time the two Cyclopes were heavily injured. The Cyclopes had strong attacks, but their defenses were weak. The Thunder Spirit bead was a soul-contracting weapon like the Netherworld sword, so it was very strong in the hands of the Purple Lightning young master, Yunyao. After two heavy attacks, their battle strength was greatly reduced. Kill. The few of them took the opportunity to charge forward and finally successfully killed the two powerful monsters. Chu Tian used his sword to support his body and took out a jade bottle from his chest. Drinking half a bottle of life essence water, his wounds quickly healed, and he was no longer in danger. We've received a notification from the Trial Jade token. This monster is called a labor supervisor. It should be the leader of these laborers. Is that so? Damn, no wonder it's so strong. Father's waist was almost broken. When the two labor supervisors' corpses disappeared, there was a scroll left behind by one of them. It was another spoil of war. Several people picked it up and saw that it was a map. The Giant's Labyrinth map. Everyone's spirits were shaken. The Giant's Labyrinth had been completely mapped out. Looking at the map, the Giant's Labyrinth was very complex. There were around 1 to 200 corridors with many forks in between. There were 80 to 90 halls, and they were all clearly marked on the map. Nan Gongyun flipped the map around a few times. What kind of words are these? I don't understand them at all. Map. Let me see it. Chu Tian looked at the map a few times. It's the ancient heaven race's language. Of course, an uncultured person like you wouldn't understand it. If anyone else said Nan Gongyun was uncultured, she would have broken their nose without saying a word. But when it came from Chu Tian's mouth, she didn't have any temper at all. What is the heaven race? It was a very, 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 very ancient race. When the Tian race ruled the continent, there weren't even any elves, not to mention the spirit beasts. As for the humans, I think they were in some barren cave in a barren land, dancing around a bonfire naked. The heaven race was a legendary race. It was said that the heaven race were the descendants of the great ancient era, the survivors of the great ancient continent. They controlled a part of the great ancient civilization, but most of it was not passed down. So it was a pity. You're saying that this trial tower is related to the heaven race? Not necessarily. The heaven race is too ancient, and there aren't many things from that era that can be preserved until now. This trial tower is clearly aimed at young people, so it isn't some high-level trial tower for the heaven race. It's possible that a later race dug out the fragments of the heaven race's trial tower and the low-level trial blueprints. Then they spent a large amount of manpower to restore it. That's not important, Nan Gongyun asked. Then quickly look at the map. Where should we go to be safer? We've been in the trial tower for 2-3 hours. The monsters should be getting stronger by now. If this continues, we won't even be able to beat the laborers. That was also true. When Chu Tian was about to look at the map, an angry roar came from the other side of the passage. What is that fellow doing? He actually came back. We still haven't left yet. Yun Xiao looked around and was instantly stunned. It's over. This palace is a dead end. We'll definitely be discovered this time. The little fox charged into the main hall and was chased around in a very sorry state. This was strange. Wasn't it able to easily deal with these laborers? Why was it in such a sorry state now? When the 7 of them looked over, they all revealed an expression like they had seen a ghost. The appearance of the hundreds of slaves changed greatly when they left. Originally, they were only wearing trousers and skirts, but now they were all wearing fine leather armor. They held shields and big bows in their hands, just like a regular army that had just begun to take shape. The meteor hammer, pumpkin hammer, large blade, halberd, and bows were all aimed at the little fox. Rocks flew everywhere, and if it wasn't for the little fox's speed, it would have already been smashed to pieces. Damn it! They had all become supervisors. These idiots had been laborers a few minutes ago, but after being brought out by the little fox, they had all gone from laborers to foremen. Even a promotion couldn't be this fast, right? Then again, even if they were promoted, didn't they still need someone to do the work? How could they turn laborers into foremen? This didn't make any sense at all. Chu Tian did not have time to complain about the strange evolution of the trial space's designer. There were 500 laborers that had become supervisors and were charging forward. If each one was as strong as the two they had just met, then what was the point of fighting? The palace only had one exit. There was nowhere to run. Wait a minute. Chu Tian looked at his current position on the map and immediately found some clues. There is a dotted line on the back of the main hall. Dotted line? Why isn't it solid? This means it is a secret passage. Quickly find it. Chapter 172. Even if the monsters in the trial space became stronger, it should be a gradual process. It was like these laborers had eaten aphrodisiac, instantly increasing their strength. Who could endure this? Could it be that this was the price of stealing the Starlight Stone? The Starlight Stone was a very precious material, and the more precious it was, the greater the price one had to pay. So the trial space automatically made it so that as long as the Starlight Stone was taken, the laborers would level up. No matter what the reason was, it was not important. These laborers had broken through the triple awakened soul layer and were close to the illustrious soul realm of the fourth awakened soul layer. Moreover, they had basic martial arts and cultivation techniques, so their battle strength could not be compared to before. The 500 Cyclopes were all very strong. They were around 4 meters tall and weighed 1 to 2 tons. They were like a large group of war chariots with an aura that did not lose to a human army of several tens of thousands. If they were surrounded, they would not be able to escape. Nangong Yun shouted in a pleasantly surprised voice, "I found it!" On the wall of the main hall, there was a very large rectangular golden book. It was like a piece of steel embedded in the wall, and it was hard to see from afar. But from a close distance, one could see that there was a gap in the thick metal. So, it should be a door. Nangong Yun gathered her strength and slammed into it. In the end, the door did not open, and she was sent flying. "Stupid, you can't open it with brute force. This is a secret locked door." Chu Tian walked over and searched for a bit. He immediately found several small squares that could be moved, and each square had a very complex rune engraved on it. A jigsaw puzzle? Cover me. Foam Kaidai looked at the aggressive group of Cyclopes. "I'm afraid it's too late. 10 seconds is enough." Chu Tian used his spirit energy to control the metal squares and quickly move them up and down. The rules to open the door were very simple. As long as he moved the squares a certain number of times and made them form a correct source energy array, he could open the door. The rules were very simple, but it was very hard to do. First of all, no one knew what the original diagram looked like. Even if it was a jigsaw puzzle, shouldn't they at least use the original diagram as a reference? There was no reference here, and compared to a picture, the densely packed runes and diagrams were much more complicated, making it impossible to find any pattern. The worst part was that this puzzle had a limited number of moves. If the number of moves exceeded the limit, then the squares would be messed up again, forcing the player to start all over again. If this map was placed in the central state city Yun sect, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete it. Not only did Chu Tian have to complete it in a short period of time, but he also had to face the threat of a large group of laborers. Is this a magic show? How is this possible? The large group of giant laborers was only a few dozen feet away from the secret door. Some of them even pulled their bows and shot out powerful arrows. "Block it! Nangong Yun's dense spirit energy transformed into a fist wind that deflected the arrow. A bolt of purple lightning soared into the sky. The thunder spirit bead turned into a blur as it quickly flew around, releasing hundreds of bolts of lightning that weaved into a dense net of lightning. When the giants in front wanted to approach, they were sent flying by the lightning. Wind Cloud Sword Song. Fong Kai-dai called out several dozen streaks of sword chi. Like a blue wave, they charged at the laborers. They used all their strength to block it, but the monsters were too big, and they were all very fierce. They could not withstand the fierce impact at all. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they started fighting. Once the Cyclops came within 30 feet of them, they would be able to kill everyone in an instant. Chu Tian was completely focused on the secret door. Everything seemed to have nothing to do with him. The runes and arrays on the square seemed to gradually come to life. They all peeled off from the metal plate and floated in the air. They connected with each other and formed a complete circle. Shwa, 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 shwa. Chu Tian continued to move the squares, piecing them together one by one. A complex, yet complete circle was slowly formed. When Chu Tian moved the last square, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A soft sound rang out. The entire source energy array began to glow. Countless runes quickly spread out, gradually connecting with the giant door. Finally, with the sound of a mechanism being activated, with a ka sound, a crack appeared on the metal door. A voice sounded in his mind. The secret puppet door has been successfully opened. You have obtained 20 trial points. You currently have 170 trial points. The door is open. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fong Han immediately retreated and slowly pushed open the giant door. Chu Tian turned around and shouted, "Let's go!" The 7 of them retreated behind the giant door. Countless laborers charged forward, preparing to break open the secret door. The heavenly thunder spirit bead released a glow, and countless arcs of lightning shot out, forcing the laborers back. Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fong Han used all their strength to push open the incomparably heavy metal door, once again closing it. It was truly a close shave. The little fox crawled back onto Chu Tian's shoulder and licked its claws, revealing an embarrassed look. "It's been hard on you." Chu Tian rubbed the little fellow's head. "You've done another great merit." The little fox nodded in satisfaction. It had not wasted its energy. Yun Xiao was very serious. The monsters in the trial field have already begun to strengthen. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long. Surviving for 3 days and 3 nights is too hard. Everyone had depressed looks on their faces. The trial space could be open for 3 days, and only 3 hours had passed. If the monsters continued to strengthen, wouldn't the laborers be able to fly in 2-3 days? There was no need to mention the other strong monsters, those several dozen meter-tall giant guards. After 3 days, they would be as light as swallows and would be incomparably strong. The designer of this secret realm really has no brains. Nangongyan was very angry. This trial tower only allows awakened soul cultivators under 30 years old to enter. I don't believe that the ancient people who entered the secret realm were all true soul realm experts. Even if there were true soul realm experts, it would be hard for them to survive in this kind of environment. Those giants are not inferior to true soul realm experts at the start, so after several hours, they would have grown wings and flown. "You're all wrong," Chu Tian said. "The difficulty of this secret realm is based on the strength of the participants. The Central State 4 young masters are stronger than any of the previous Central State city trials, so they have increased the difficulty of the trial. In other words, even if 10 true soul realm experts came in, they would not be as relaxed as us. They would encounter more trouble. Otherwise, the trial would lose its meaning. What should we do now?" If we stay here without moving, the trial space will summon even more monsters, so we need to move. Chu Tian carefully looked at the map a few times. Strange. What's wrong? Chu Tian showed the map to everyone. The secret passage is a dotted line that leads to a place. There is no terrain marked, and there is no name written on it. Does this mean it's a hidden map? Who cares? There's no turning back anyways. Chu Tian put away the map, and they walked into the long corridor. Hung, hung, hung. The surroundings began to shake. Yun Xiao looked at the two sides of the corridor and immediately began to curse. Fuck! It's another passage filled with giant guards. This giant corridor was exactly the same as the one in the giant's labyrinth. On the left and right sides, there were many arched spaces, and each space had an incomparably large giant sealed inside. Once a person approached, the giant guards would awaken. The speed at which the giant guards awakened in this corridor was much faster than in the first corridor. Run! This thing was not a joke. The might of a single one was enough to wipe out the entire team. Other than running, there was no other choice. The 7 of them began to run, running as fast as they could. The corridor began to violently shake. Large amounts of stone fragments fell from left and right. When the 7 of them ran to the center, the giant guards at the front came out. They were 50 meters tall and had large, majestic bodies. The aura they gave off made people's hair stand on end, making their hearts tremble. Fuck! They're awake! Hurry up! Behind the 7 of them, one giant after another stood out and chased after them with earth-shattering strides. Although the 7 of them had already run more than half the distance in the corridor, this group of giants was much faster than the one that blocked their way before. With a single step, they could cross a long distance. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Chu Tian quickly gave the order, "Release the ice! Release the ice!" Fang Han ran at the back of the team. He released his ice giant source spirit, and a white mist of spirit energy was released onto the ground. Wherever Fang Han ran, the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice that was as hard as iron. 5, 10, 20, more and more giants were awakening in the corridor. Under the full force of the 7 of them, Yun Xiao and the others with weaker cultivations were already beginning to feel tired. But at this critical moment, a giant door suddenly opened in front of them. The door was lit up, and it seemed like it was a passage. "We're finally here. Yin Yao, Kaidai, go in first. Close the door." This corridor was not long for the giants, but it was a completely different concept for humans. The 7 of them wildly ran for over 10 minutes before finally finding the exit. Feng Kaidai and Yun Yao were the fastest, so they rushed in before the other 5. Then they used all their strength to slowly close the giant metal door. The moment the thick metal door was about to close, the other 5 arrived at the same time. They jumped out at the same time and entered the gap. Dong dong. Several muffled sounds came from the giant door. The entire space shook as the giants pounded on the giant door. But the lucky thing was that this door was very strong. Once it was closed, even the strongest giant would not be able to break it. The 7 of them almost collapsed. Chu Tian finally realized a fact. Actually, the greatest taboo in the trial was internal strife. The trial was set according to the team's overall strength, so the participants had to work together to have a chance of passing the trial. Chu Xinghe's group of 3 was filled with hatred, causing the 10-man team to split up. Chu Tian's group of 7 was even weaker, so it was very difficult for them to move forward. "We're finally safe. The problem is, where is this place?" Everyone stared at the space in front of them. The passage seemed to have been cut off in front of them, so what appeared in front of them was a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see the bottom. They couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts. "Quickly look at the map." Chu Tian opened the map and walked through the hidden passage. There was no mark on the map, but now an archipelago of terrain appeared. There were a few words written in the Heaven Race language. Giant hive. Giant hive? What is this? Lin Mu shouted. There's a stone bridge in front of us. Everyone looked over and was dumbfounded. This was a stone bridge that spanned across the void. The entire world was pitch black, empty, and desolate. This bridge seemed to pass through the boundless outer space, giving off a strange feeling of loneliness as well as a sense of insecurity. Chapter 173. It was impossible to predict what was on the other side of the stone bridge. There were some roads that they knew were dangerous, but they could not walk because there was no other way. We can't turn back. I don't want to be smashed into a meat patty by those giants. Nan Gongyin was not afraid of challenges, so she volunteered to step onto the bridge. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Wait. Chu Tian stood in front of the bridge and looked over it. There is a problem with this bridge. You'll have an accident if you walk around like this. The armored giant with boundless power and the cyclops that evolved at an extremely fast speed. Forget about that. But now there was a problem with a bridge. How could they not let others have fun? If Chu Tian said there was a problem, then there must be a problem. Everyone stopped to look. The stone bridge was very narrow in the void, but to a human's eyes it was very wide. It was 10 meters wide, and the floor was covered in exquisite crystal stones. Each crystal stone was engraved with a source energy array that was releasing strong waves of spirit energy. Lin Mu was a mercenary, so he was very sensitive. This bridge seems to be covered in traps. If we take a wrong step, it will be unimaginable. That's right, we can't trigger any traps. Chu Tian carefully looked at the stone floor for a few minutes. It's a good thing the runes on the stone floor don't change, so as long as you follow me, you can safely cross the stone bridge. Yun Yao looked over. There were exquisite crystal runes on the floor, but with her knowledge and abilities, she couldn't understand a single one of them. It was clear that this was the work of an ancient civilization. Chu Tian didn't dare say he could solve all of them, but it was more than enough to identify the traps. Pay attention, don't make a mistake. After Chu Tian said this, he stepped on the stone slab. The stone slab lit up, but Chu Tian turned a blind eye to it. He walked to the second stone slab, then the third, the fourth. The stone slabs that Chu Tian walked on all lit up, but there was no power that activated them. The 6 of them couldn't help secretly rejoicing. It was fortunate that he was following Chu Tian. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him to even take a single step in the trial space. The 6 of them memorized the route that Chu Tian had taken. Whichever stone slab Chu Tian stepped on, they would step on it. They did not encounter any danger along the way. Their speed also increased from slow to fast, and finally became faster and faster. In less than half an hour, they had safely moved half of the stone slabs. Something that no one could have imagined happened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of wings flapping at high speed suddenly came from all directions around the stone bridge. In the endless void, giant monsters over 3 meters tall appeared one after another. These monsters were black and yellow in color and looked like insects. Not only did they have sickle-like curved claws, but there was also a pitch-black stinger behind their huge abdomens. There were too many of them. There were more than 100 of them. Yun Xiao gave a pitiful cry. Fuck! I finally understand why this place is called the Giant Hive. So this is the place where the F** king giants keep bees. We've entered a hornet's nest by mistake. What should we do now? Nan Gongyin slapped his head. Stop howling. Don't you feel ashamed? Aren't they just a few insects? Yun Xiao gave an exaggerated shout. Insects? Please, elder sister, you say it so easily, but what kind of insects are these? You've seen several hundred gene insects before. Ever since we came to this labyrinth, we've all turned into insects. Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. The giant bees did not seem like they were easy to deal with. Not to mention that the stone bridge was covered in traps, so they could not use them at all. In this kind of situation, defending against the attacks of the giant bees was harder than ascending to the heavens. Yun Yao quickly raised her hands, and the thunder spirit bead began to revolve around her. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Countless giant bees were like bombers flying towards their prey in the center of the stone bridge. Kill them! Chu Tian's sword Qi slashed at a giant bee and cut it in half. When he saw that the giant bee was not as strong as he imagined, Chu Tian let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the two halves of the giant bee's corpse would fall onto the stone bridge, landing on a stone slab about 10 feet away? Hung. The trap had been activated. A bolt of lightning soared into the sky and instantly turned the giant bee's corpse to ashes. That's right, it turned to ashes and was blown away by the wind. The crystal floor was as smooth as new, without a single bit of residue left. The other half of the corpse fell down and also fell onto a restriction. A layer of energy was released, and the other half of the corpse turned to stone before turning to dust. Too terrifying. The entire bridge was a death trap under the attack of the giant bees. If they were careless and made a single mistake, they would be instantly killed by the trap. The thunder spirit bead flew high into the sky and released a giant lightning net, instantly covering the 7 of them. When the giant bees hit the lightning net, they were instantly electrocuted and had no way of attacking. My spirit energy is limited. With such a large barrier, I can't keep it up for long. Yun Yao knit her brows and shouted, "Quickly destroy them. Don't let them get close, otherwise we'll all be finished." Wind and Cloud Sword Song. In this kind of crisis, it was time for Feng Kai-dai to play her role. She was a wind-attributed cultivator, with a long range and fast attack speed. Moreover, the wind and Cloud Sword Song was very concentrated, so when it came to dealing with a large group of monsters, she was the best choice. Countless blue sword Qi rushed out like a wave, and the giant bees were cut down one by one. However, this did not effectively eliminate the danger. The giant bees were too far away. Other than Feng Kai-dai, it was very difficult for the others to effectively attack the giant bees. The number of giant bees was also far higher than they had expected. When they gathered around the stone bridge, they slowed down their advance. Rows of pitch-black tail needles stood on end. Each needle was covered in a dark green glow, which was the color of poison. Yun Xiao wiped his sweat. "Don't be like this." Su, 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 su. Hundreds of bee needles, just like a dense rain, wildly shot at the stone bridge. Each needle's speed was subsonic and could not be seen with the naked eye. It was just a dense mass of black shadows. There was a popping sound around the lightning net. This was the sound of the bee needles exploding after being hit by the lightning. Yun Yao's face became uglier and uglier. "This is bad. There are too many poison needles. My lightning is not a physical defense. It can't block this many high-frequency attacks." The lightning and flames were not physical, so when it was used to form a defense, it was not as strong as metal, earth, or ice. When each needle fell on the lightning net, the lightning would gather its power and explode it. This process consumed a lot of energy, and it had to be replenished after each defense. Under this kind of dense attack, the lightning net could not withstand it at all. Finally, a poison needle pierced through the lightning net and fell on everyone. Ice Mountain Shield. Fang Han's body released a white aura that condensed into a giant shield. The poison needles fell on the shield and pierced deep into it, but they were not able to tear it apart. Go! Fang Han sent the giant shield flying through the rain of needles. Ice explosion. The giant shield suddenly exploded and countless ice shards flew in all directions. Quite a few of the giant bees did not have time to dodge, and were hit by the ice shards falling down from the sky. However, it was not strong enough. Fang Han's cultivation base was not high, so he could not deal too much damage. Another batch of poison needles flew out from another direction. Everyone quickly put up their defenses. One of the poison needles fell down and stabbed into a nearby floor. The crystal floor was immediately activated, and a green poisonous substance was released from the restriction. Like a cloud, it instantly enveloped everyone. Everyone's faces fell. Damn it! These stingers could also activate the restriction on the floor. Not only did they have to make sure they were not hit by the stingers, they also had to make sure the stingers did not fall nearby and activate the terrifying traps and restrictions. Absorb. Lin Mu summoned the willow tree source spirit. After a long time of recovery, most of the willow tree source spirit's vitality had been restored. Several willow branches reached into the poison trap and quickly absorbed all of the poison. Chu Tian shouted when he saw this. Don't defend! Attack with all your might. Destroy them. If they kept fighting like this, it was only a matter of time before they lost. They might as well not defend and fight with their backs to the wall. They would use the fastest speed to destroy these damn giant bees. That's what I was thinking. Thunderbird. Yun Yao's hands came back, and the thunder net gathered together. It was added to the thunder spirit bead, and turned into a 7-8 meter long giant bird that charged at the giant bees. Under Yun Yao's attack, Feng Katie's several dozen sword chi followed. Although the others did not have strong long-range attacks, they still did their best to defend. Yun Yao was truly worthy of being an illustrious soul realm cultivator. Wherever the Thunderbird went, the giant bees were swept away. In just a short while, they had killed several dozen of them. Good. Nangong Yun loudly cheered. With this speed, it wouldn't take long for the giant bees to be completely wiped out. But at this time, suddenly, another pitch-black wasp appeared. This wasp was clearly different from the others. Its entire body shone with a metallic luster, and it was like a meteor as it launched a sneak attack on the group. Its sickle-like forelimbs slashed down, and a sword chi like energy swept towards the stone bridge. This is bad. If this attack came, it would trigger at least 5-6 traps. Moreover, it was very close to everyone, so who knew what would happen? Nangongyan quickly sent out a fist. Pung! The red spirit energy shattered the sword chi and hit the giant bee at the same time. Nangongyan was pushed back several steps, and her feet stepped on the edge of the safe ground. Another centimeter. Then she would step on the other stone slab. Nangongyan broke out in a cold sweat. She had thought that she had safely escaped, but the giant bee that had been pushed back raised its tail and shot out a jet black poisonous stinger. Nangongyan subconsciously dodged, and the stinger hit the stone slab with the trap. Countless runes lit up. This is bad. A surge of energy surged out. Yun Xiao wanted to pull her back. Move. Nangongyan loudly shouted, but it was too late. A shock wave exploded out. Nangongyan, Yun Xiao, and Feng Kaidai were the closest, so they were the first to be hit. They were sent flying 4 or 5 feet away from the stone bridge and fell into the bottomless abyss. Several giant bees suddenly chased after them. They grabbed the injured people and turned to head into the bottomless abyss. Fuck, save me. Yun Zhao's pitiful cry disappeared into the darkness. The other giant bees saw that they had suffered heavy losses and could not break through, so they all retreated. Damn! Yun Yao knit her brows as she looked over the ruined stone bridge. Her eyes filled with rage as she clenched her fists. The 3 of them fell off the bridge and were taken away by the giant bees. It seems like they're dead, for sure. Lin Mu and Fang Han's hearts were filled with fear. This kind of trial is impossible to complete. It was too harsh. This bridge was not something a normal person could cross. In the entire central state city, perhaps only Chu Tian's knowledge could see through the traps. If anyone else met this stone bridge, they could only try their luck, and it was almost impossible for them to reach this place. Who would have thought that the trial space would not only involve a dangerous stone bridge, there would also be hundreds of monsters blocking them? This kind of difficulty was just too harsh. How many hours had passed? Nan Gongyun and the others had already died. How long could the others last? It's still too early to make a conclusion. Chu Tian looked into the endless void and said, "These B-type demon beasts are the giant type. They won't immediately kill their prey and will lock it up in their nest. If we can catch up, perhaps we can catch up to the three of them." "Nest," Lin Mu said with a bitter smile. "These several hundred giant bees are already hard to deal with. I'm afraid the nest won't be easy to break through." Fang Han nodded. The bees sent out to look for food should be the lowest level. Inside the nest, there should be a bee king or queen. With the current situation, not to mention reaching the nest, if they were attacked by the giant bees on the way, it would be a problem for them to safely pass through with their current strength. "I have a way. Bring a few giant bee corpses over." Lin Mu and Fang Han carefully found 2 complete giant bee corpses. This is a demon beast called the giant bee. Its senses are very low level, and its intelligence is not high. Chu Tian said as he cut open the giant bee's body with his sword. He took out a yellow waxy liquid from inside that gave off a fragrant smell. This is called beeswax. If we apply this beeswax to our bodies, the giant bees won't attack us. Lin Mu and Fang Han revealed looks of admiration. They were mercenaries, but they knew nothing about this. On the other hand, Chu Tian once again displayed his knowledge. If they could successfully avoid a bee attack, they might not necessarily die in the giant bee's nest. They couldn't just leave the 3 of them alone, right? So even though they knew it was dangerous, they still had to go. Chapter 174. The giant bees were probably weaker than the laborers, so even though they had killed many giant bees, they did not gain any trial points. In other words, these monsters had no value at all. Going through the beehive as soon as possible was the best choice. But now that Nangong Yin and Feng Kai-dai had been captured, Chu Tian couldn't just abandon them. Even if he knew it was very dangerous, he still had to go to the giant beehive. Chu Tian, Yun Yao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han were all covered in fresh beeswax. This kind of thing did not last long, so if they did not rescue them quickly enough, they would be in danger. Yun Yao was skeptical at first, but when she followed Chu Tian along the stone bridge, they met several giant bees. These giant bees were clearly flying nearby, but they did not have any interest in the 4 of them. She was finally convinced. Chu Tian was not only knowledgeable, but he was also proficient in miscellaneous knowledge. How old did he look? Even if he started studying in his mother's womb, it would not be enough. They found the hive. When Lin Mu and Fang Han looked over, their eyes almost popped out. The 2 of them were mercenaries. They traveled extensively and often took risks. It was common for them to venture deep into the nests of magical beasts to capture their young and retrieve their eggs. However, compared to this, their previous experiences as mercenaries were like children playing in the mud. At the end of the stone bridge was a cliff similar to the beginning. In front of them was a door to the giant's labyrinth. There were giant bees all around, and the ground was covered in all kinds of secretions. The labyrinth door was halfway up the mountain. At the top of the cliff was a giant tumor-like object. It was dark gold in color and had a metallic texture. Thousands of hexagonal honeycombs were densely packed on the top of the mountain. It was like a magnificent, abstract, and eccentric building. How many giant bees were there? Yun Yao felt her scalp tingle. Ordinary bees built their nests on the roofs of trees, and their nests were all hanging down from the trees. These giant bees, on the other hand, directly occupied the mountain peak, hollowing it out and transforming it into a nest. Hurry up, let's go. The three of them were in a daze. Chu Tian called out. Saving people is one thing, but how? Yun Yao had some misgivings. Look at this beehive. There are thousands of hives, and I'm afraid there are thousands of internal paths. It's even more complicated than the giant's labyrinth. It'll be hard for us to lock onto where they've been taken. It would take too much time to get down. Let's not talk about whether they would still be alive. As time passes, the giant bees will continue to evolve and mutate. Whoosh! A white figure stood on Chu Tian's shoulder, proudly crossing his arms in front of his chest, as if saying, "Looks like it's my turn again." Yun Yao seemed to understand something. Fox. This little guy doesn't have any other skills, but he does have some tracking skills. It shouldn't be a problem to find them. What did he mean by no problem? There must be no problem. The fox was very dissatisfied with the wording of its master and was about to protest when Chu Tian grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Go. Master really didn't know his manners. This fox has not even discussed the conditions yet. The little fox had no other choice but to enter the beehive. The beehive was wet, and there was secretion everywhere. There were pupae and young bees everywhere, and there was a strange smell in the air. It was a good thing the giant bees were big, so humans could pass through the places they passed through. The little fox also put a layer of beeswax on its body. While it sniffed, it walked through the complex beehive. The four of them followed behind the little fox. They met large amounts of giant bees on the way. Some of the hives were very big, with several hundred bees densely packed together. There wasn't even a place to stand. Just the density was enough to make one's scalp go numb. It was a good thing they had Chu Tian's method to avoid being attacked by these giant bees. Otherwise, with their strength, it would be strange if they weren't torn to pieces. The little fox suddenly called out a few times. Chu Tian revealed a look of joy. We found it. Let's go. The four of them entered a large beehive. This beehive seemed to be where the giant bees stored their food. The space was very big, and they could smell a strange fragrance as soon as they entered. Lin Mu and Fong Han asked in a surprised voice, "What kind of smell is this? Why is it so fragrant?" This beehive was like an indoor swimming pool. There were several large pools, and each pool was filled with a pale golden liquid. There were several strange worker bees busying themselves nearby, throwing various materials into the pools. This is the bees' brewing room. Normal beehives also have this kind of structure. The bees will collect pollen and place it in the brewing room to ferment, finally producing honey. Chu Tian said this, and then his voice changed. The giant bees are so big, so they definitely won't collect pollen. Rather, they will capture all kinds of life forms, herbs, and elixirs. They will extract their life essence and spiritual energy using a special method to ferment these things. This kind of spiritual supplement is the favorite ingredient of the giant tribe to make honey wine, so it's called giant honey. The little fox excitedly called out. He threw himself into the pool and drank the unbrewed honey in large gulps. Chu Tian's eyes flashed when he saw this. It can't be? Could it be that this honey isn't created by the trial and is real spiritual honey? The little fox's performance answered Chu Tian's question. There was a whirlpool on the surface of the honey pool, and the honey in the pool quickly fell. In just a few seconds, it had been completely drunk. Yun Yao's eyes almost popped out. It can't be. How did it do this? This pool could be used as a human swimming pool, and it was over 4 or 5 meters deep. It could be imagined how much honey there was inside. The little fox had drunk it all in less than a minute. How did it do this kind of thing? Chu Tian said to the three of them, "The giant bee's honey is a great supplement comparable to a high-grade elixir. But these pools are only half-finished products, and there are a lot of the giant bee's poisonous secretions inside. We can't drink it. So this fellow has it easy. Let's go. Finding the person is more important." They found a beehive in the brewing room that seemed to be used to store materials. There were large amounts of elixirs inside, and in the center of these things there were several fellows covered in a translucent gel that couldn't move. Found it. Chu Tian's netherworld sword was covered in blue and white flames. After looking at them for a while, the blue and white flames fell onto the gel and quickly dissolved it. Wah! Nan Gongyun was finally free. This is so uncomfortable. What is this disgusting thing? Foam Kai-Dai was also in an unprecedented sorry state. She who always cared about her image was currently covered in a vicious gel. Yun Xiao shouted out in an exaggerated manner, "I don't have any strength left." This is a secretion from the giant bee. It will slowly absorb the spirit energy in your body and turn it into a layer of sealing energy. You will slowly die in this layer, and all your energy and essence will be absorbed into it. Finally, it will be used by the giant bee to make honey. Boss is too loyal. I thought I was done for. Nan Gongyun expressed her gratitude as she gave Chu Tian a large hug. Chu Tian did not have time to take advantage of this, which, "There is something important we need to do. Let's go." "What?" "Kill the queen bee." Kill the queen bee." Everyone's eyes popped out in shock. In this giant bee's nest, there were at least 100,000 giant bees. Killing the queen bee was just too crazy. "Actually, I don't want to waste time here, but since I'm here, I can't miss it." Chu Tian revealed a mysterious expression. "The best honey is with the queen bee. That thing is very beneficial to cultivation. Just drinking a few mouthfuls will see immediate results." "It's this strong?" "The giant bee's honey is made from various elixirs and the essence of living beings. This trial space has existed for so many years, and this honey has been stored for so many years. It is a top-quality 10,000-year-old honey that can greatly improve a person's foundation and even increase their lifespan." "It's this good." Everyone was completely shocked. Yunyao was moved. Her grandfather was already old, and if she could bring back some 10,000-year-old honey, it would increase her grandfather's lifespan by several years. This would be a large benefit to the Yun family. She asked, "Will the queen bee be hard to deal with?" "If we are not prepared, we will definitely die. The queen bee specializes in spiritual attacks, and we will be killed as soon as we get close." "Then what do we do?" "You don't need to worry about the queen bee. I will leave a seal on your bodies that will weaken your spiritual fluctuations. This way, the queen bee's main target will be me." Nan Gongyun said, "How can we do that?" "I should be the one taking the risk. You are everyone's leader. Everyone is counting on you to lead the team." "Relax. It's a spiritual attack. It really can't do anything to me. Otherwise, if I didn't have any confidence, I wouldn't dare take this risk." Everyone's faces were filled with question marks. Yun Yao and Feng Katie's hearts skipped a beat. They remembered a detail. In the Central State City Great Games, Yi Hen had used a spiritual attack on Chu Tian, but it was Yi Hen who was defeated. Could it be that Chu Tian had some kind of unknown talent that could reflect spiritual attacks? "I'll deal with the queen bee, but that doesn't mean you can just watch the show." Chu Tian said with a serious expression, "The queen bee must have a king bee protecting her. The queen bee can only use spiritual attacks, but the king bee is the opposite. The king bee's battle strength and defense are very high, so it is very hard to deal with. When I fight with the queen bee, you must help me stall the king bee, otherwise everything will be for naught." "All right. Even the biggest monster, the queen bee, has been dealt with by you, so what does a trivial king bee matter?" When the 7 of them finished their discussion, the little fox had a round belly. It was like a balloon that was filled with air as it lay on the ground, gasping for air. Nangong Yun said in a surprised voice, "What's wrong with it?" Chu Tian rolled his eyes. "What else can it do? It ate too much." However, it was strange. This was the first time he had seen this little fellow eat its fill. Yun Yao, Lin Mu, and Fang Han all had looks of amazement. The entire beehive's several pools of honey had actually been drunk by this fox in one go. This was made from the essence of countless beings and elixirs, so each drop was very valuable. Just how strong was this energy? Even an expert on the level of Shen Fengho would not be able to withstand even a tenth of it. This little fox had drunk it all, and it had only eaten its fill. Monster. This master and pet were both monsters. Chapter 175. Stop pretending to be dead. Chu Tian grabbed the little fellow's tail. "Find the queen bee's position." The little fellow let out a burp. That round belly was like a balloon that deflated, instantly deflating. It jumped up like a carp, and its 2 sparkling eyes released a glow. It was like when it heard the queen bee's name. It thought of something delicious. Damn master. Since it was born, it had never had a full meal. Was it easy to fill its stomach for the first time? It did not even have time to think about it before its master said it was hungry again. Chu Tian rubbed his chin, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The little fellow seemed to have grown a bit fatter. The little fox had indeed grown a bit fatter. The amount of energy it drank was enough to make a true soul realm expert explode 10-8 times. So, even with the little fox's appetite, it was still a bit hard to eat. It seemed like this trial was very beneficial to the little fox. Chu Tian did not want to waste any time. This was because what attracted people to the trial space was not the fortuitous encounters and treasures. This was because after Chu Tian created Miracle Commerce, he had more money in his hands, and normal treasures were not hard to obtain. The Trial Tower's ultimate hidden treasure, the ancient unsolvable question, as well as the secret to surpassing life and death, was not normal, so it attracted Chu Tian even more. The queen bee, since it was on the way, he might as well take care of it. As long as he did not waste too much time, Chu Tian did not mind taking some benefits. After the little fox was thrown to the ground, it immediately locked onto a direction and brought the 7 of them to quickly rush over. The little fox was clearly more agile than before. It moved several dozen meters in an instant using its strange movement technique. There was only a gray mist in the air, and it appeared several hundred meters away. In this kind of situation, even if Chu Tian opened his mind's eye, he could not catch the little fellow's movements, because it was too fast. With the little fox's current escaping ability, even if it met an expert like Chu Xinghe, it could at least escape unscathed. No matter what the little fellow's battle strength was, just its speed and agility was enough for it to complete its scouting mission. The structure of the beehive was extremely complex, even more so than the giant's labyrinth itself. Chu Tian's map couldn't possibly be so detailed as to mark the location of the giant hive. In fact, the giant hive itself was a hidden map. If one didn't come to this place, the map wouldn't even show it. Since it was a hidden map, there should be hidden rewards. Where is this? They're all big worm eggs. So disgusting. When they walked into the new hive, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The walls and floor of the entire hive were densely covered with white eggs, and there were over 10,000 of them. Every single egg was the size of a human head, smooth, round, and pure white like jade, and the outline of the larvae could be faintly seen. Right in front of them was an incomparably large insect cultivation pond. Thousands of white and fat large insects were rolling around in it. Each of the larvae was about the size of a human baby, and they emitted a series of sharp squeaking sounds that made one's scalp go numb. The surroundings were filled with busy worker bees, seemingly feeding immature larvae. The giant bee larvae are also very dangerous. These insects have a very strong energy inside them, so they can explode. It doesn't matter if it's just a few, but if hundreds or thousands of larvae explode together, the power will be very impressive. So we should try not to touch them. After the larva hive, it should be the queen bee's position. The little fox went down another floor and arrived at a completely different place. This was the lowest level of the hive. Compared to the first few layers that extended in all directions, the space at the lowest level was very spacious. Also, there was no sticky secretion like the other hives. On the contrary, it was clean and tidy, as if it was made of an extremely hard dark gold wax. Even a normal weapon wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. It was just like a mysterious underground palace. At the very front of the queen bee's hall, there was a high platform made from beeswax. It was shaped like a flower, and there was a giant white and fat queen bee lying on it, as if it was sleeping. Two mountain-like behemoths stood at the side. Their entire bodies were pitch black, as if they were forged from refined iron. They gave off an invulnerable metallic feeling. They were more than 6 meters tall, and their bodies were sturdy and sturdy. Their 4 sickle-like blades were emitting a faint cold light. 2 queen bees. The 2 largest guardian bees were naturally the so-called queen bees. In addition to the 2 bee queen-level guard bees, there were dozens of strong male bees in the hall. These ordinary guard bees were actually miniature versions of the bee queen, but even though they were miniature, they were still more than 4 meters tall, much larger than a human. These male bees were the most loyal guards of the queen bee, especially the 2 queen bee existences. Even the illustrious soul, Realm Yin was not their match. Like this, it was much harder to kill the queen bee. The queen bee hasn't discovered our invasion yet. Chu Tian ordered, "First seal the entrance." Lin Mu nodded and pressed both of his hands on the ground. Cyan-colored elemental energy bloomed, and a layer of tree roots pierced through the solid beeswax floor. Slowly, the roots grew and intertwined with each other, finally blocking the entrance. Fong Han's hands released a cold current that fell onto the thick wall of tree roots. On top of the original foundation, he added a layer of strong ice-attributed energy. If a normal worker bee touched it, they would instantly be frozen. "Let's go." Everyone prepared to move forward. The surrounding guard bees were immediately alerted, and they all flapped their wings to surround them. The giant bees had very low intelligence and did not have the ability to think, so they mostly relied on instinct. When they felt the beeswax aura on their bodies, they did not immediately attack, but rather they released a signal of danger. They were probably saying, "This is a forbidden area. You are not allowed to come near, otherwise you will be killed." The thunder spirit bead flew into the air, and a strong thunder energy gathered in the bead, shooting out like a marble. The queen bee felt the energy fluctuation and immediately woke up. An invisible and strong spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out in all directions, sweeping over the 7 of them. Gee! A sharp alarm sounded. The 2 queen bee immediately guarded the queen bee. The bee guards all revealed their hostility. Their sickle-like blades shone with a murderous aura as they prepared to set up an impenetrable defense formation. The strong energy from the thunder spirit bead had already arrived. It was like a super elastic ball as it bounced around the guard bees. It looked like a powerful chain of lightning as it instantly attacked the several guard bees, blowing them all to pieces. "Kill!" Nan Gongyan brought Yun Xiao, Lin Mu, and Fong Han to the front. Feng Kai-dai was responsible for summoning several dozen sword qi to protect them from afar. The guard bees were stronger than the giant laborers. But when they finally reacted, several of them had already been killed. Even if they did not fear death, with this small number, they could not stop everyone. The surroundings were filled with noise. The queen bee was controlling the swarm of bees to come to his rescue, so the hundreds and thousands of giant bees would soon charge in. This was also the reason why Chu Tian had sealed the entrance, but this was only a temporary measure. It wouldn't stop them for long. Only by taking care of the queen bee would he be able to completely eliminate the threat. Flickering flame, slash. Several crisscrossing sword glows flew through the air. Several guard bees were cut in half as they fell to the ground. The guard bees saw that they had been completely annihilated, and a terrifying killing intent filled the area. The two silent queen bee jumped out, and like black lightning, they flew across the ground at a speed hard to see with the naked eye. Those dangerous sides released a cold glow as they slashed at Chu Tian from different angles. Too fast. Their killing intent was very strong. If he was hit by the queen bee, his starlight immortal body would be useless, and he would be cut into pieces. Chu Tian did not dare to easily block it. He immediately used his mind's eye to find a flaw, and using his hyperfocus ability, he slid forward. The blade brushed past him. There were several deep blade marks on the ground that were still releasing black smoke. The queen bee's weapon was poisonous. The two queen bee quickly turned around in the air. Their four scythes opened, and a large amount of blade chi fell down like a wild storm. Yun Xiao had only blocked a single blade chi when he was forced back several steps. This queen bee actually knows a F** king overbearing blade art. Block them. I'll kill the queen bee. Chu Tian's body was covered in starlight as he raised his treasure sword that was covered in blue flames. He ignored the queen bee and charged at the queen bee. The air in front of him slightly twisted. An invisible energy was released. It was spiritual energy. The queen bee had used her spiritual energy and turned it into pure energy. This energy was hard to see with the naked eye and could only be seen with the mind's eye. The queen bee was trying to use her spiritual energy to block Chu Tian from a safe area or to kill Chu Tian from a safe area. Chu Tian dodged the spiritual energy wave. The netherworld sword began to gather flames. The queen bee seemed to have realized that the mind's eye could see through invisible spiritual energy, so she simply changed her attack method. Another wave of spiritual energy exploded, but this time it did not turn into an energy wave. Instead, it gathered into densely packed needles that shot out like raindrops. Then it condensed several dozen invisible energy blades. Pa, 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 pa. A strange popping sound rang out. The beeswax floor, that was as hard as steel, suddenly began to crack. It looked like it was splitting open by itself. Schwa. Then several large cracks began to appear. Each one was several dozen meters long, and it was like it had been cut by a sharp sword chi. This was the mark of being cut by an energy blade. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end, because there was no warning at all. There was no sound of breaking through the air or any change in energy. It was like it had appeared out of thin air. Was this a type of attack formed from spiritual energy? Compared to the terrifying spiritual energy of the queen bee, Yi Hen's power was just like a firefly's flame. Everyone was worried for Chu Tian. The queen bee was not an easy opponent. Could he really defeat the queen bee? So, a spiritual energy needle fell onto Chu Tian's chest. The starlight immortal body suddenly exploded, and countless specks of light scattered like fireflies, but they did not disappear. The moment they exploded, they quickly gathered together, forming a blade of starlight that quickly stabbed at Chu Tian. This was mind energy? The queen bee had a strong spiritual energy, but it did not have a strong enough consciousness, so it could not form a divine sense. But even like this spiritual energy turning into mind energy was still very terrifying. Mind energy was a kind of spiritual energy that could control matter. In theory, mind energy could control all matter. Mind energy attacks were invisible, and invisible, being shot out with spiritual energy. No matter what matter it was, once the mind energy entered it, it would immediately be controlled by the queen bee's mind. This was why after Chu Tian's starlight immortal body was shattered, the starlight energy did not scatter and instead gathered together to attack again. This was because when the spiritual energy needle stabbed into the starlight immortal body, the queen bee had infused mind energy into Chu Tian's protective starlight. Then it forcefully controlled this layer of defense and peeled off a large piece of skin. Chu Tian did not even have time to stabilize himself before the ground around him began to tremble. His mind's eye swept out. He was shocked. This is bad. The surroundings were filled with the mind energy of the queen bee. Chu Tian was not afraid of spiritual energy attacks, but he never would have thought that the queen bee would not attack him directly. Rather, it would transform the spiritual energy into mind energy and use this kind of spiritual energy to control matter, indirectly attacking him. This queen bee's strength was much higher than what Chu Tian had expected. If it was like this, Chu Tian had no other way. Chapter 176. The mind energy was like a storm, and most of the attacks missed. Wherever the queen insect attacked, it was filled with mind energy. Perhaps the queen insect did not expect to use its mind energy to kill Chu Tian. The main hall was made of a special kind of beeswax, a 1,000-year-old beeswax that was as hard as iron. This material was very special, so it could preserve the queen insect's mind energy for a long time. This meant that once the queen insect's power was released, everything in the main hall would become the queen insect's weapon, shield, and could be used as she pleased. This place had become its domain. In an instant, the 1,000-year-old beeswax that was as hard as iron instantly liquefied. The sticky beeswax was like a wave as it fell down on Chu Tian's body. This attack was about to hit Chu Tian. Chu Tian was instantly turned into a statue by the solidified beeswax. Chu Tian's mind's eye had long since seen through the energy changes, and he immediately escaped from the dangerous area. However, he didn't even have time to stand firm when on the originally flat ground, several hundred sharp thorns suddenly rose up from the ground, as hard as iron, as sharp as needles. With Chu Tian as the center, everything within a few meters had turned into a forest of spikes. When each spike rose from the ground, it was like the branches of a tree, splitting into even more spikes. The mind's eye was a kind of divine sense. Divine sense was limited, and the mind's eye's ability to see was limited. The thorns had exploded too suddenly, and the speed at which they split was too fast. Chu Tian could not completely see through this sudden attack, so he could only try to avoid being hit in the vitals and try to pass through the forest of thorns. Who would have thought that a series of snapping sounds would ring out? Several hundred thorns flew out, and it was like a large rain of needles falling onto Chu Tian's body. All of this happened in a short period of time. Those thorns that were harder than iron, with the help of the queen insect's mind energy, it was enough to pierce through an awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy. When Chu Tian's back was pierced by dozens of spikes, the spikes immediately softened, turning into sinister leeches, crazily wriggling as they drilled into his wounds. This is bad. The spikes were filled with the queen insect's telekinesis. The queen insect could easily control its shape, harden, and liquefy at any time. The moment it hit Chu Tian, the queen insect would control the wax to liquefy and pour it into Chu Tian's meridians, instantly sealing Chu Tian from the inside out, turning him into a wax man. This way, he would definitely die. He could only give it his all. Raging flame cut. At the critical moment, the Netherworld sword had already reached its peak. The Netherworld ghost flame suddenly rose up and covered his body, cutting off the beeswax that was close to his body. It seeped into his body through his pores, directly burning away the beeswax that had entered his body. This method would also cause considerable damage to the user's body. Chu Tian didn't care that much. The moment the crisis was over, he didn't wait for the queen insect's next attack. Chu Tian disappeared into the forest of spikes, and a giant burning sword slashed through the spikes with an unstoppable force as it stabbed towards the palace. Boom! A large ball of liquefied beeswax rose into the air and condensed into a shield. The burning sword light flashed. The giant shield was directly cut in half. The smooth cut still had a blue flame burning on it. The burning sword light's might did not decrease at all as it moved forward at an indiscernible speed, slashing at the queen bug in the main hall. The queen bug did not have any close combat abilities, so Chu Tian's sure kill sword was getting closer and closer to the queen bug. At this time, Chu Tian escaped the range of the queen bug's telekinesis, but entered the range of the queen bug's spiritual energy. It was like a needle stabbing into his brain, causing him to feel a tearing pain. Chu Tian's eyes turned black. The entire world fell into darkness. When he came back to his senses, the queen bee and the others had already disappeared. Chu Tian appeared in a giant space with tens of thousands of guard bees surrounding him. They were all flapping their wings, with 4 glowing sickles in their hands. Stupid intruder! A cold and cruel voice suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Do you think that with your weak strength you can threaten this king's life? It had huge wings that were as thin as a cicada's, but it had a body that was similar to a human's. However, its entire head was that of an ugly and repulsive insect. Its body was more than 10 meters tall, and it stood in the middle of countless guard bees like an indomitable king. Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile. You're finally starting a spiritual battle? Weak spiritual energy. This king killing you is as easy as turning my hand. The queen bee did not have any close combat abilities, but it was an expert in spiritual attacks. It could control the entire beehive and send orders to the 100,000 giant bees, so its spiritual energy was naturally strong. This spiritual domain was several dozen times stronger than Yi Hen's. Even a true soul realm expert would find it hard to resist the queen bee's terrifying spiritual energy. Accept your death. The tens of thousands of guard bees charged at Chu Tian. Your spiritual energy is indeed strong, but in my eyes, it's just a giant ball of cotton. Chu Tian's hands came together, and he coldly said, I am just a small flame. An ancient and dignified aura was released. It was like a layer of black smoke soaring into the sky, instantly forming the outline of a demon god. The countless guard bees slammed into Chu Tian, and they all gave pitiful cries. Their bodies were swallowed by the black flames, finally turning into black fireballs floating in the air. The queen bee revealed a look of shock as she looked at the demon god. You're actually using your spiritual energy to ignite this king's spiritual energy. No, how is this possible? The black fireballs shot into the sky and suddenly exploded. Countless sparks scattered like fireworks. Countless guard bees were touched by the spiritual flames, and all of them screamed miserably. In the end, they turned into fireballs and exploded once again. Finally, the tens of thousands of guard bees turned into tens of thousands of fireballs. If you didn't come into direct spiritual contact with me, you would have a large chance of winning. However, from the moment our spiritual energy collided, your defeat was already decided. Now, let me give you a beautiful funeral. Chu Tian gave a laugh, and his hands formed several seals. Demon Flame Funeral. The queen bee gave a pitiful cry as the countless fireballs seemed to be attracted by something. They all charged at the queen bee's body. The black flames swallowed the queen bee's body, and turned it to ashes. The spiritual space collapsed, and he returned to the beehive palace. The queen bee's corpse was lying in front of him, with its head already cut off. This slash was not Chu Tian's true attack at all. It was just to lure the queen bee into making spiritual contact. So, it did not matter if this slash hit or not. Once the queen became in contact with Chu Tian's spiritual energy, its spiritual energy would be burned to ashes by the demon god. Even if it did not hit, it would still die. You've killed the queen bee. You have been awarded 20 trial points. Current trial points, 190. The number on the jade token continued to jump and instantly increased by 20 points. Chu Tian was puzzled. Was there a mistake? Such a powerful character was given 20 points. Was it the same difficulty as opening a magic cube? It had to be known that the reason Chu Tian could beat it was because of his ability to restrain it. Otherwise, with the queen bee's spiritual energy, even a true soul realm expert would be killed. After losing the queen bee panicked and immediately tried to escape. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao chased after it with all their strength. The 2 queen bees were killed, and the 10 trial points were divided among them. Chu Tian looked around the queen bee's body and found something that looked like a golden brick. I found it! The golden brick thing was not light at all. There was a layer of golden liquid that had a fragrance that was very alluring. This is the 10,000-year-old spiritual honey. What level is this material? Level 2 or level 3? It's still a level 2 material, but Chu Tian gently tossed the golden brick thing in the air. It is no longer an elixir, but has a bit of a holy nature. It is a half-step sacred treasure. Half-step sacred treasure? Everyone looked around the queen bee's body and saw that there were over 100 of these golden bricks. Nangong Yun, Yun Yao, and even Feng Kai Dai, who was used to seeing treasures, all had round eyes. God, we're rich this time. What was the price of a half-step sacred treasure level 2 material? That was several tens of millions of gold coins. It was not something that could be bought with money. Now it was good. Large pieces, all of these high-quality materials were neatly stacked in front of them. This was a shocking amount of wealth. How do we use this thing? Use your spirit energy to melt it, and you can directly use it. Chu Tian threw the brick to Nangong Yun. This honey brick is very dense. It should be able to fill several large jars once it's melted. The first time you use this thing, it will increase your cultivation base by a lot. So everyone should give it a try. He did not finish. A series of crunching sounds entered his ears. When Chu Tian saw this, he was almost filled with rage. He saw the little fox hiding behind him without him knowing, holding a honey brick in its hand that had almost finished gnawing on it. Fuck! Chu Tian grabbed the little fox's tail and lifted it up. You bastard! You're stealing Master's things again. Your butt is itchy, right? The little fox still had a small piece in its claws. It gently tossed it into its mouth and then made a face. Its expression seemed like it was saying, "Didn't Master tell everyone to give it a try? This fox is helping you test if it's poisonous or not." Chu Tian's lungs almost exploded with rage. The little fox was still not satisfied. "Isn't it just one piece? I haven't even tasted it yet. How about we try another piece?" In your dreams, the little fox pointed at the jade token on its neck. It used its claws to draw a circle and then gently cut it. Chu Tian was a bit stunned. "You're saying you'll exchange half of your trial points with me?" The little fox nodded its head. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and thought about it for a few seconds. He felt that it was worth it. "All right, then I'll give you another piece. You have to eat it sparingly. There won't be any more in the future." The little fox happily held it. This time it did not wolf it down. Rather, it stuck out its tongue and licked it like it was eating a popsicle. It had an intoxicated expression. Foam Kai-Dai held back her smile as she walked over. Brother Chu, forget it. Since there's so much, letting the fox eat 1 or 2 pieces isn't a problem. The little fox revealed a moved expression. A good person. This fox can only blame itself for not choosing a master. It actually chose a violent and stingy fellow. Chu Tian saw its expression and was filled with anger. Foam Kai-Dai was also there, so he should have kicked it to Foam Kai-Dai. If he had done this, then Shen Fenghe would have already gone bankrupt from eating it. Everyone found a container and immediately drank the spiritual honey. Lin Mu, Feng Han, and Yun Xiao drank a quarter and felt the spiritual energy in their bodies become so strong that they couldn't handle it. They did not dare drink anymore and quickly sat down to meditate. Chu Tian, Nangong Yun, Feng Kai-Dai, and Yun Yao all drank half. I'm about to break through. Nangong Yun excitedly gave a low roar. A flame soared into the sky. Her cultivation went from the peak second awakened soul layer to the triple awakened soul. Lin Mu and Feng Han also smoothly reached the triple awakened soul. Yun Xiao was the weakest, but he was still at the peak second awakened soul layer. Finally, Foam Kai-Dai successfully broke through her bottleneck. The 4 peak second awakened soul layer cultivators had been reborn in an instant. Even Yun Yao, who was at the 4th awakened soul layer, felt her strength increase. It really was worthy of being a precious half-step sacred grade material. This was definitely a good thing. They had never seen an elixir with such an immediate effect. It wasn't that Foam Kai-Dai and Yun Yao had never seen treasures of the same level, but they had never seen such an immediate effect. Chu Tian saw everyone's rapid progress, and his heart was very satisfied with this item. It really wasn't a wasted risk. When Chu Tian was prepared to use it, he was surprised to find that the queen insect's corpse had disappeared, and it had left behind a light blue crystal. Spiritual pearl. This was truly an unexpected and pleasant harvest. This kind of thing could only be found and not sought. It was a very rare item that could directly increase one's spiritual energy. Chu Tian melted the spiritual honey and the spiritual pearl together and drank it all in one gulp. A surge of spiritual energy suddenly surged through his body, almost bursting his meridians. Chu Tian did not dare be negligent. He immediately sat down and began to refine the spiritual energy. The energy in the 10,000-year-old bee honey was not just for show. When the large amount of spiritual energy was turned into spirit energy, Chu Tian's cultivation base broke through to the peak second awakened soul layer without any suspense. It was also at this time that the pure spiritual energy in the spiritual pearl was slowly being absorbed by Chu Tian. Chu Tian could clearly feel his spiritual energy wildly increasing. Finally, it reached a critical point. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Chu Tian felt like a lamp had been lit in the depths of his sea of consciousness. An invisible light, with him as the center, broke through the limits of his body and soul, radiating in all directions. Nangong Yun said in a surprised voice, "This strength, is it the mind's eye?" Yun Yao shook her head with a serious expression. "No, even the mind's eye is not this strong. It seems like he has broken through to a new realm." That's right. The queen insect's spiritual energy had been absorbed by Chu Tian. After fusing it with his consciousness, it had already formed a large amount of divine sense. Now, Chu Tian's divine sense had increased. It had already surpassed the hyperfocus and mind's eye realms. Now it had reached the 3rd realm, the mind's lamp. What was the mind's lamp? The mind's lamp, the divine sense lamp. Once the mind's lamp was lit, it could illuminate all living beings. With a single thought, it could shatter the souls of ghosts and demons. The mind's lamp realm's divine sense not only covered a larger area, it also had a certain killing power. In southern Xia, there were only a few people that could open the mind's eye. Chu Tian had not only opened the mind's eye with a trivial early awakened soul realm cultivation, he had also lit the mind's lamp one step further. His divine sense was something that no one in southern Xia could compare to. Chapter 177. Chu Tian wanted to rest for a bit, but there were several explosions coming from above him. Several holes appeared in the ceiling. A large number of giant bee larvae that had turned scarlet fell down, suddenly exploding and sending out waves after waves of violent energy. It was as if the bombs of a bomber were constantly falling down. Chu Tian quickly shouted, "The beehive's self-destruct sequence has been activated. Quickly go!" Perhaps this was the beehive's self-control. Once the queen bee was killed, the larvae would explode, destroying the intruder and the beehive, ending in mutual destruction. Chu Tian quickly put away the 10,000-year-old spiritual honey, and the group quickly left the main hall. The structure of the beehive was very complex, but it was a good thing the little fox was leading the way, allowing them to escape before the beehive completely collapsed. There were tens of thousands of giant bees flying in the sky. When they lost the queen bee's command, they became wild and began to kill each other, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. This meant that their disguise had lost its effect, and they were attacked as soon as they came out. Chu Tian spent a lot of effort to kill his way out, finally leaving this hidden map and returning to the giant's labyrinth. This was another palace. From the map, this place was called the Puppet Room. Because they had passed through a hidden map, they could save at least 3/4 of the journey. Everyone looked around. There was plenty of light, and it was very bright. There were several large bronze-colored treasure chests in the corner, but when they entered the labyrinth palace, the first thing they saw was not the treasure chests, but rather a row of giants standing in the center of the main hall. These giants were different from the armored giant guards. They looked more delicate and small, but that was only relatively speaking. These giants were around 15 meters tall, and their bodies were tightly packed. They were covered in large amounts of runes that sparkled with light, looking very eye-catching. Before one wave had even settled, another wave had risen. What did they encounter this time? Chu Tian carefully looked at these fellows. Although they were releasing a strong aura, there were no energy fluctuations. His eyes suddenly lit up. These aren't monsters from the trial space. There's something fishy about them. The 7 of them slowly approached the giant fellows. This result was not fake. These things did not react at all. Although they were enveloped in the light of treasures, they did not give off any sense of oppression or danger. It was as if they were inanimate objects that could not move. The 7 of them looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Nan Gongyun's eyes swept around, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Who cares? There's a bronze chest here. Give me the key. I want to open the treasure chest." A few large bronze chests were placed in the puppet chamber. It was made of plain yellow copper. It was rectangular in shape, about 2 to 3 meters long, and half the height of a person. It looked very simple and unadorned, as if it had been here for many years. Chu Tian went to study the motionless giant. Feng Kai-dai, Yun Yao, and the others surrounded the treasure chest, all of them filled with anticipation and apprehension. Nan Gongyun excitedly and nervously rubbed her hands together. She held 2 exquisite copper keys in her hands and gestured at the keyhole a few times. "I'm going to open it. Open it." Yun Yao couldn't wait any longer. The moment the key was inserted into the keyhole, a suction force sucked the key in and automatically rotated once. The lines that spread around the keyhole lit up. Kacha! The bronze treasure chest had been opened. Nan Gongyun forcefully pushed the chest open. This seemingly large chest was actually filled with gold, gems, and diamonds. It was dazzling and made people feel mysterious, but it was just normal jewelry. Although it was valuable to normal people, it was not enough to enter the eyes of these people. These valuable jewelry were just fillers. There were several real treasures that were placed on top of the pile. There were several thick jade slips and a golden ancient jade talisman. What is this? Nangongyun picked up a jade slip and looked over it. It was filled with words that she could not understand. Was this an ancient cultivation technique? It didn't seem like it. There were many pictures inside that seemed like tools for dismemberment. Trial protection talisman? Nangongyun saw that this talisman was different from the others. When she picked up the jade talisman, a spiritual energy filled her mind, allowing her to understand the use of this ancient talisman. The jade talisman could release a layer of defense at a critical moment. It could only be maintained for a short moment, but it could block an attack below the true soul realm. This was a life-saving item. Of course, it was given to Chu Tian to use. These ancient books should be treasures from the trial space, so we need to find someone to translate them for us. Yun Yao explained, the jade talisman is a special item from the trial space, so it can't be taken out. Truly unlucky. There weren't any treasures like she had imagined. Nangongyun opened another bronze treasure chest. What made Nangongyun depressed was that she obtained several jade slips that she could not understand, and they were similar to the previous ones. She obtained a new storage bag. As the name suggested, it could store the things obtained from the trial space, preventing her from carrying too many spoils of war. If this thing could be taken outside, it would be a priceless treasure, but it was a pity that it was a special item from the trial space. The jade talisman and the storage bag were items from the secret realm created by the trial space. They were not real items, so they could not be taken outside. The rewards were too little. Who told the bronze treasure chest to be the lowest level treasure chest? This bronze key was obtained from defeating the laborers. In the giant's labyrinth, the laborers were the lowest level items. Other ancient language. Chu Tian looked at the jade slips. It's a bit like the ancient language. This language is very rare, and there aren't many that have been passed down, so I can only understand a part of it. It's over. Chu Tian could only understand a part of it. Then what use did these jade slips have? This isn't a cultivation technique. Chu Tian looked over the jade slips filled with diagrams. This is an ancient mechanical technique manual. Although I can't decipher it, there is someone else who can. This thing is worthless to others, but it is not low to us. After we decipher it, it will be of great help to Tong Xiaoyu. There was only one person in southern Xia that could understand it. This person was not anyone else. It was the young Miss Meng Qinggu. As long as she used her heavenly book source spirit, no matter how ancient the language was, the young miss would be able to decipher it. I understand. Chu Tian was suddenly a bit excited. He pointed at the several dozen giant metal giants in front of him. These are mechanical puppets refined by the ancient race using their refining techniques. Is it useful? Of course. As long as we find a suitable method, we can control them. Their eyes lit up. The ancient giant puppets released an aura close to the true soul realm. If they could find a way to control them, would the giant guards still be a threat? Chu Tian did not know much about mechanical techniques. This was because the mechanical technique was the predecessor of the source energy machinery technique, so it had already been eliminated in the future. In that era, even the planar spaceships had been created, so only the peak source energy machinery technique could create these large and precise products. The mechanical technique was a kind of secret technique that combined source energy arrays using refining techniques to refine puppets or tools. From a certain point of view, the technique of refining mechanical puppets was a branch of the art of refining. This really was an eye-opener. Chu Tian used his mind's eye to look inside the giant puppets. The giant puppets were indeed refined using refining techniques. Their bodies were made of very simple materials, and although they were very large, the structure was very simple. Around their chests, there was a strange glowing object. Chu Tian jumped in front of the giant puppet's chest and hit it twice, opening its chest. Wah! He's opened the giant's chest. Chu Tian found a round crystal heart that was quietly sitting in the giant's chest. It could be taken out. As soon as Chu Tian touched this thing, the jade trial token sent a message to his mind. You've obtained the giant puppet's heart. Activating the giant puppet will consume 20 trial points. Do you want to activate it? Damn it. This thing had to be tried out. With 20 trial points, he could exchange it for 7-8 elixirs when he left the trial. Chu Tian did not hesitate. Activate! On the jade trial token, the number that was glowing quickly decreased, dropping by 20 points. The white light was released and entered the puppet's heart in his hand. Pung! Chu Tian could clearly feel the crystal heart jump. The dark golden giant puppet was activated. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and the patterns all over its body lit up. A terrifying and powerful aura spread out. Too cool. It would be great if we could bring this thing out. A giant puppet's destructive might was close to the true soul realm. If they could bring it out, wouldn't they be able to sweep away the experts of Central State? But this was impossible. The materials needed to create this giant puppet was an astronomical figure, and it was impossible to create this many puppets in the trial space, so it had to be an illusion. Chu Tian said to the others, activating a puppet is worth 20 trial points. That much? They were all stunned. How could they have enough to activate this thing? I have trial points, Chu Tian said without any hesitation. I'll do it. Feng Kaidai felt bad. How many trial points would this cost? 100 points is enough to exchange for a sacred herb from the trial space. Sacred herb? Chu Tian was shocked. So trial points were worth this much. Chu Tian generously waved his hand. It doesn't matter. We still have enough time. I'll help you activate the puppet, and you can help me earn back my points, right? With this big fellow, we won't be in such a sorry state. Saying it like this was reasonable, Chu Tian spent 120 trial points to activate 6 giant puppets. Like this, Chu Tian only had 50 points left, but Chu Tian did not care about this consumption. There was still a long time left in the trial space. Once the 7 of them had the giant puppets, their ability to survive would increase by a large amount. We've stayed here for another 20 minutes. According to the trial space's style, the longer we stay here, the more trouble we'll encounter. Let's not waste any more time and leave. Chu Tian looked at the map and studied the route first. After entering the secret puppet room, there are several routes, and each route will have many forks. Only one of them will lead to the center of the giant's labyrinth. What's the center of the giant's labyrinth? Chu Tian looked at the map and said, from the markings on the map, the center of the labyrinth is called the giant's treasure room. It should be the trial tower's most important and secret place. The treasure room. You even need to ask? Now that Nan Gongyun had obtained the giant puppets, of course she was filled with confidence. Just based on this name, we should go in. All right, we'll choose the giant's treasure room. Chu Tian had originally come for the Central State Tower's treasure room, so he put the map away. But before we reach the giant's treasure room, we'll have to pass a place called the Craftsman's Palace. There's still quite a distance. Feng Kaidai felt a bit of a headache. Let's take advantage of the fact that the monsters aren't strong enough to kill our way in. That's right, the longer we delay, the stronger the monsters will become. At that time, even if we have the powerful puppets, we might not be able to stop them. The 7 of them each held a giant heart. These giant hearts could connect the user's senses to the puppet. As long as the distance did not exceed a certain limit, they could use their consciousness to control the puppet. It was very easy to control, and they could use their thoughts to control the battle. This really was a great battle weapon. The 7 of them controlled the giant puppets to open a path in front of them. When they walked out of the puppet room into the labyrinth corridor, there was a large group of monsters in front of them. These monsters looked like knights. Every one of them wore thick and heavy armor and rode steel-clad war horses. They held long lances in their hands and lined up in front of them in a row. There were quite a few of them. This was the posture of a charge. As expected, they had stayed in the puppet room for too long, and when they entered the corridor, a large group of monsters was already waiting for them. What are you afraid of? Kill your way in. When the large group of iron-armored knights charged forward, the 7 incomparably large puppet giants also charged forward. The iron-armored knights were around the illustrious Soul Realm. In other words, the battle strength of these knights should be around the same as the slave overseers, perhaps even a bit stronger. It was most likely because they had evolved once or twice. However, the giant puppet possessed a speed that didn't match its body size. The moment its pair of crimson fists swung out, a large number of runes containing the power of destruction appeared on its fists. With a single punch, 3 or 4 armored knights were blown into pieces. Dang, dang, dang. The iron-armored knights were 4 or 5 meters tall. The thick and large spears slammed into the giant puppet's body, and the giant puppet's steel body was covered in defensive runes. The iron-armored knight's spears could only create a few small holes and could not cause any damage at all. Ha, ha! Yun Shao controlled the giant puppet and stepped in the middle of the iron-armored knights, instantly gaining 6-7 trial points. This is too refreshing. You guys also have a day like this. See if your grandfather doesn't trample you to death. The 7 giant puppets blocked the iron-armored knights in front of them. It was a completely one-sided battle. The 7 people's trial points continued to rise.